The Journey Back. The Red Fox of the Highlands. Arhane Igya. Summary. Scotland 1311. Darach Arduin has spent his life moving through shadows. A member of the legendary White Raven Guard, the English know him as the Red Fox, a man capable of crossing the Highlands by following invisible trails, stealing messages from the enemy, and vanishing into the mist before anyone can catch him. But neither war nor the battlefield has prepared him for Eirlys Vaelin. Disguised as a nun and secretly serving King Aedan, whose cause also survives thanks to the Church's vast network of messengers, Eirlys risks her life crossing a Scotland ravaged by war. She has no intention of surrendering her fate to an arranged marriage, or spending her life trapped behind castle walls. The last thing she needs is a Highland warrior determined to protect her. Forced to flee together across the northern borders, Darach and Eirlys will discover that some wounds are not left by war, but by the fear of loving. And that sometimes true home is not a place, but the person capable of finding you, even in the heart of the mist. Prologue. Dunraven Castle, Eildor, Scotland 13 years earlier. The Wounded Kingdom. There are paths that appear only for those who are lost. Like almost every night, Arduin was drunk. Seated beside the wall of Dunraven Castle's great hall, Darach pretended to listen to the jokes of the other young warriors, while avoiding looking at his father. But every booming laugh from Brindor, every loud boast thrown across the room, made the boy sink a little deeper onto the bench. "Is that your father?" one of Count Vielmont's squires asked with amusement. "Now I understand why you speak so little. He makes enough noise for both of you." Laughter erupted around them. Darach barely smiled, with the stiff composure of someone who had learned to endure shame without showing it. He was no longer a child who could flee into the forest whenever his father drank too much. Soon he would see 17 winters. In the Highlands, that meant carrying your family's name, even when it weighed like a soaked stone. And tonight it weighed more than ever. The great lords gathered at Dunraven all shared ancient blood, descendants of the Stratherns, yet a single poorly chosen word was enough to awaken old feuds. The gathering was meant to seal a truce among Scots, to unite them against England before they destroyed one another first. Arduin's presence did not help. He was Sir Garrick Strathern's fiercest man-at-arms, and had every right to sit in that hall. No one doubted his courage. In battle he was like the black bulls of the mountains, untamed, brutal, impossible to stop. Outside of battle, he could not restrain himself either. They did not call him Brindor the Savage, for mere exaggeration. He lived as though the gods had forgotten to measure fear into him. Fights wage as whiskey. Every excess seemed to draw him the way flames draw moths. 30 years earlier, he had seen Darach's mother at a fair, and decided she would be his. It did not matter that she was promised to Darach Arduin, chief of his own clan. He abducted her, and tore open a wound among the Arduins that had never truly healed. Darach had spent the last year away from Dunraven, serving Sir Garrick Strathern in the marches. He barely recognized his father now. Brindor only seemed more worn down, and he was missing a finger. He had lost it in a ridiculous drunken wager. That, too, was typical of Brindor. The boy looked away, and studied the firelit hall. Smoke curled upward toward the dark rafters, as though the spirits of the house listened from above. In the Highlands it was said that ancestors never fully abandoned the living. They remained in the wind, in the rain, in the groaning of old wood. If that were true, Darach thought, the spirits of Dunraven must be weary of men. He did not want to become his father. He wanted to earn a place beside Sir Garrick. Perhaps war would come soon. A man named William Wallace had raised the banner of rebellion, and many had begun to follow him. Darach dreamed of proving himself in battle, of one day no longer being seen as Brindor the Savage's son. Then his father's voice cut across the hall. "When my castle is finished, it will be the greatest fortress in Caerlo. No offense meant, Strathern." Darach closed his eyes for a moment. No. Not the castle again. Everyone knew the fortress would never be completed. Since Darach's mother died 12 years earlier, construction had stood frozen, as though grief itself had turned the stones to rock.
"And where will you find the gold?" one man laughed. "Under your mattress." Laughter filled the hall again.
Darach rose to his feet.
"Leaving already?"
Darach asked.
"Sir Garrick's finest barrel hasn't even arrived yet." "Let him go," another said.
Arduin never knows how to enjoy himself.
"He's probably off to polish armor or follow tracks through the mud."
Darach did not bother replying. They were used to mocking his obsession with order and duty.
And truthfully, they were right.
He left the hall, and the damp evening air wrapped around him at once.
It had rained nearly all day.
Above the hill, Dunraven's stone tower rose through the mist like an ancient guardian from another age. Darach first stopped by the armory to inspect Sir Garrick's weapons. Afterward he visited the stables, and personally checked his lord's favourite horse. Only then did he allow himself to rest. He sat upon a bale of hay and studied the ground. Hoofprints, the depth of a footprint, disturbed mud. Since childhood he had found peace in such small signs.
The world spoke to those who knew how to look. "What do you see?"
Darach startled. Garrick Strathern stood in the stable entrance. Tall, lean, with reddish hair already streaked with grey, he radiated a quiet authority. He was not merely a great warrior. He was the kind of man others would follow even into death. Darach rose immediately.
"Forgive me, my lord."
"Has the meeting ended?" Sir Garrick shook his head with a faint smile and sat beside him.
"They are still arguing."
Sometimes Scottish nobles fight each other more fiercely than they fight England. Darach lowered his gaze.
"Looking for tracks?"
The boy nodded and pointed at several marks in the dirt.
"I'm trying to find the different ones. They say you defeated all my knights in yesterday's tracking trial."
"Keep this up and one day you'll be the finest tracker in the Highlands." Pride filled Darach's chest. No praise mattered as much as Sir Garrick's. A brief peaceful silence followed.
Outside, rain drummed against the roof like ancient fingers calling from the darkness. "You are not like Brindor," Sir Garrick finally said. "You never have been." The words touched something deep within Darach.
"I wish you were my father," he thought, though he would never have dared say it aloud.
"I hate him," he muttered before he could stop himself.
Silence settled between them again. Sir Garrick did not answer immediately.
"Your father was not always like this," he said at last. "Death changes some men.
Others it breaks." Darach clenched his jaw. Before or after stealing his chieftain's betrothed? Sir Garrick looked at him calmly.
"Your mother went with him willingly."
Darach lifted his head in surprise. For the first time he understood many things: why Sir Garrick had protected Brindor all those years ago, why he had never spoken of that scandal with contempt.
"I only wanted her to be happy," the seneschal added softly.
The boy did not know how to answer. Perhaps his father truly had loved once. Perhaps before losing himself to drink and fury, he had been another man entirely.
But that changed nothing else. "You should not have brought him here," Darach said. "Not with Madarch in the castle." "I had no choice."
"They are both men of my household now."
"And Brindor swore he would keep the peace."
Darach looked up.
"Do you trust him?"
Sir Garrick took a moment before replying.
"Yes." Then he stood. "Come. The night has already grown too old."
They left the stable beneath the heavy rain.
They had barely crossed the courtyard when they heard shouting.
First laughter. Then cheers.
And then a strange silence, heavy as a grave.
Several men were running toward the keep, their faces pale with shock. Sir Garrick stopped one of them.
"What happened?" "Arduin made a wager," the man gasped. "He claimed he could climb the cliff during the storm, and he did. But he slipped on the way down."
Darach felt cold pierce straight through him.
"Is he dead?"
Sir Garrick asked.
He's still breathing.
The men of Arhane arrived shortly afterward carrying Brindor's body. Rain washed the blood from his arms. For a moment, Darach believed he would survive. His father always survived. Fights, whiskey, and possible wages. He was like one of those ancient Highland oaks that remain standing even after lightning splits them apart.
But when they laid him upon the laird's table, Darach understood the truth.
Fate had finally caught him. Darach remained apart, motionless, while the warriors said farewell to Brindor. His eyes burned, and he wiped them angrily.
He did not want to cry. Not after everything.
And yet, he was still his father. Sir Garrick motioned for him to come closer.
He wants to speak with you.
Darach obeyed slowly. Brindor's face was covered in blood. He barely looked human anymore, only a defeated man at the end of a path too wild to survive. And yet when he spoke, his voice still carried something of the old strength that had once made so many tremble.
You'll make a fine chief, boy. Better than me.
Darach swallowed hard.
Sir Garrick thinks well of you, Brindor continued, struggling for breath. Always listen to him. And never forget what he's done for our house.
A knot tightened in the boy's throat.
Outside, the wind swept down from the hills, making the castle stones groan. It sounded like an ancient song of farewell.
As though the Highlands themselves were calling one of their sons home.
How could he ever forget it?
In almost every way, he and his father had been opposite men. Yet there was one truth on which they agreed without hesitation: they owed everything to Garrick Strathern. Brindor's voice was little more than a broken thread now. Darach still could not find words. He had never known how to speak about what lived inside him. Silence had always been easier than pain. Brindor struggled for breath before murmuring.
The best decision of my life was taking your mother.
Darach lifted his head sharply.
Why do you keep saying that? He asked, unable to stop himself. She chose you. You didn't steal her.
A shadow of a smile crossed Brindor's ruined face.
I still don't know what she saw in me. He closed his eyes briefly. Your mother's only mistake was loving a man too wild.
A cough shook him violently. A wet, dark sound filled the chamber. Darach looked away for a moment.
Outside, rain continued falling over the castle stones, constant and ancient.
In the Highlands, it was said that water carried the memory of men.
That rivers remembered names long after the world forgot them. She would have been proud of you, Brindor continued, once he caught his breath again. You have my shoulders, but her heart. She suffered every time she defied her father.
Darach felt a strange emptiness. He knew so little about his mother. Her memory was barely a whisper, a song he could no longer fully hear, the scent of heather in summer, gentle hands brushing through his hair when he was a child. And now, when for the first time he wished to ask everything, time was slipping through his fingers. Brindor's eyes began to lose their clarity.
But suddenly a fierce spark flared within them once more.
He seized his son's arm with the desperate strength of a man still refusing to leave this world behind.
Promise me you'll finish it.
Darach stiffened.
He did not need to ask what he meant.
The unfinished castle.
That pile of grey stone rising above Arhane for years like an open wound.
His father's impossible dream.
The constant reminder of everything he had destroyed. Promise me, boy.
Darach wanted to refuse. Wanted to say he would not spend his life repairing another man's mistakes.
But he could not.
Because despite everything, Brindor was still his father. And in the Highlands, loyalty carried the weight of ancient vows. Some said that words spoken before death were heard even by the old gods sleeping beneath the hills. Darach slowly bowed his head.
I promise.
Brindor's grip loosened. A moment later, Darach Arduin, called the savage, drew his last breath. The silence that followed was deep, almost sacred.
As though the entire castle had been holding its breath.
After his father's death, Darach could not remain beside Sir Garrick. While others rode toward Greyhaven to join William Wallace and rise against England, he returned to Dunaraid to bury Brindor and assume leadership of his clan.
He did not protest.
Duty rarely chose the road one desired. Before departing, Sir Garrick spoke to him with the calm of a man who understood the true rhythm of time.
Learn patience.
Refine your gifts. War knows how to wait as well. Darach remembered those words for many years.
8 winters passed over Scotland.
8 seasons of rain, snow and iron. The silent boy of Dunraven became a man the mountains themselves seemed to recognize. No tracker in the Highlands could equal his skill in reading footprints upon wet earth, following trails through the mist, or hearing what the forest left unsaid. And when Aedan the Bold decided to claim the throne, and secretly gathered his finest warriors, Darach Arduin was ready to answer the call.
Chapter 1.
The Northern Borders. Valmere Priory near Greymere, English Marches, spring 1311. Darach had never known how to soften his words. More than once it had caused him trouble.
You sent a woman, he blurted out in disbelief. What were you thinking?
William Winmere raised his head, with visible irritation. He was not accustomed to being spoken to with such bluntness. Beside him, Eric Ravener cast Darach a look of exhausted patience before intervening in a conciliatory tone.
What Arduin means is that the English are watching every church and monastery along the border. It could be dangerous for her.
Ravener possessed the rare gift of emerging unharmed from any dispute. He moved through uncertainty the way sailors crossed foggy seas, as though the waves whispered the path to him, and he spoke as easily as others breathed. Darach was different. Every time he opened his mouth, it sounded like a sword leaving its sheath. Winmere chose to ignore him and turned his attention back to Ravener.
Sister Arhane can take care of herself. That only made matters worse. Not only had they sent a woman, but a nun.
Darach knew the men patrolling the marches far too well. Bored soldiers, brutal men accustomed to abusing anyone who appeared defenseless.
And for months now the English had been tightening their grip around the church's messengers.
Monks, priests, pilgrims, all were questioned. War also traveled hidden beneath hoods and habits. Before Darach could argue further, Kieran Dragor intervened.
I thought you were waiting for our arrival until the new moon.
The bishop frowned.
You were delayed.
Dragor offered no explanation. Men of the White Raven Guard rarely did. Winmere exhaled slowly.
I could not wait any longer.
The message had to reach the king as soon as possible. Though they stood in English territory, the king they served was not Edward II of England.
It was Aedan the Bold.
Winmere had endured imprisonment and surveillance for remaining loyal to Aedan. Even so, he continued moving messages between abbeys, priories and convents, as though weaving an invisible web beneath England's hands. Then Drustan Kyrwin, the quietest of the group, spoke.
Where was she last seen?
She left for Eirlys Abbey by way of Ashvale. She was travelling with pilgrims bound for Tareth, to St. Aaron's tomb. If the English stopped her, her accent was meant to protect her. Who would suspect an Italian nun? Ravener looked at Darach.
Find her.
He nodded without surprise. For other men, tracking was a skill. For Darach it was something deeper, almost an ancient language learned from earth and wind.
The Highlands spoke to those who knew how to listen.
And no one listened better than he did. Sister Arhane did not grow overly alarmed when the English soldiers blocked their path at the edge of the road.
It was not the first time.
Over the past years she had learned that fear smelled much like blood.
And those men were like war hounds.
Even so, she trusted she could deceive them.
The true problem was Sister Vaelin.
Why had she allowed the girl to accompany her? Vaelin was barely 18 and seemed made of pale glass and silence. Since leaving Greymere, Arhane had found herself caring for her like a younger sister. The girl suffered from attacks of asthma, and was travelling to Tareth seeking relief beside St. Aaron's relics. They were supposed to part ways at Eirlys.
But Vaelin had looked at her with those dark, lonely eyes, and Eirlys had yielded. Now she was beginning to regret it.
The 4 soldiers surrounded the women. Vaelin let out a faint gasp. Eirlys gave her a calm look. "Let me speak." She turned toward the man who seemed to command them. Beneath the helmet and reddish beard lay a coarse, heavy face marked by slow wits and simple appetites. First she addressed him in Latin.
The soldier blinked in confusion. Then she tried French, thickening the accent. "We carry no messages," she said sweetly. "We are pilgrims."
The man needed several moments to understand.
"Pilgrims?"
Eirlys smiled as though he had just delivered a remarkable display of intelligence.
"Yes. Exactly that."
For an instant, she thought she had succeeded.
But the man kept staring at them.
Too closely.
"And why doesn't she speak?"
A small knot tightened in Eirlys' stomach. She tried answering for Vaelin, but the soldier interrupted her.
"I want to hear her."
Beneath the calm, Eirlys sensed the shift. Curiosity had become something else. Something darker. Vaelin answered in hesitant French, while the soldiers began exchanging smiles among themselves. Eirlys understood English perfectly.
And what she heard froze her blood. These were not men hunting traitors.
They were predators who had found easy prey. The forest closed around the road on both sides. No one would come. Eirlys drew a slow breath. Fear could wait. She glanced toward Vaelin, and her heart tightened painfully. The girl had begun wheezing, her chest rose and fell far too quickly. Another attack. Mother of God, not now. Eirlys rushed to her and took her hands.
"Breathe slowly," she whispered. "Look only at me." Then she raised her eyes toward the captain. "You frightened her." He showed no compassion. "Take them into the woods."
They dragged them off the road before Eirlys could react. The pilgrim's staff fell into the mud. Vaelin cried out when they were separated. Eirlys forced her voice to remain steady.
"Do not be afraid, sister.
Everything will be fine."
She lied out of necessity. Perhaps God would understand.
The soldiers laughed among themselves, certain of their impunity.
That region had endured English rule for far too long.
In the nearby villages, people had learned to lower their heads and pretend not to see. But Eirlys had not survived all those years, only to break there.
They reached a small clearing.
The men shoved both women to the ground. Vaelin could barely breathe anymore. One of the soldiers let out an obscene laugh. Eirlys closed her eyes briefly and prayed in Latin, not for salvation but for calm. Rage boiled inside her like heated iron. The captain approached.
"Where are you hiding the messages?" "We carry none." She handed him her satchel calmly. Then she did the same with Vaelin's belongings.
The man barely checked them.
He did not care about messages.
And Eirlys realized then that this had never been about espionage. The captain studied her slowly. Then with one brutal yank he tore away her veil. Hairpins scraped against her scalp. Her hair spilled free across her shoulders like a river of pale gold beneath the grey forest light. The soldiers let out startled exclamations. For years, Eirlys had refused to cut it. It was the last remnant of the woman she had once been. Before the convent. Before Eirlys Vaelin died and became someone else. The captain smiled slowly.
"Well now, look what the holy woman was hiding." He tore at her tunic.
Vaelin screamed. Eirlys struggled, but the man was stronger. Fabric ripped apart and cold air brushed against her skin. For one instant fear pierced through her. Then it vanished. Replaced by something older. Harder. The captain finally noticed the scars covering her back. Long pale marks crossed her skin like ancient runes burned into flesh. The men hesitated.
"What in God's name is that?"
Alone turned toward them slowly.
She no longer tried to cover herself. Marks of penance.
Truth and lie mingled in her voice like water and shadow. Those scars belonged to another time. Another life. A pain she still carried beneath her heart like a buried stone.
But they were also armor. "I am Christ's bride," she said calmly. "If you touch either of us, you will carry that sin until the end of your days."
One of the soldiers paled. Eirlys stepped forward. Grey morning light filtered through the branches and fell upon her like an ancient blessing. For a moment, even those men seemed uncertain.
"Your sin will follow you beyond this life," she continued. "No fire will cleanse it.
No woman will ever look upon you again without horror." The captain stepped back ever so slightly. And Eirlys realized that at last, they were beginning to fear her.
Chapter 2.
Where the trail begins. Darach and Drustan Kiowan were approaching Eirlys Abbey by way of Eilden Hill, crossing the old forest of Eldamere, when a woman's scream shattered the murmur of wind among the trees. Both men dismounted instantly. They moved forward in silence, leaving the reins loose, melting into the damp shadows of the forest like wolves through mist. Darach was the first to make out the words. He glanced at Kiowan. The other man had heard it as well. French, but with a Latin accent. The nun. Darach pushed aside several branches to look into the clearing, and went still. For a moment the world itself seemed to stop. The woman stood amid the soldiers with her upper body exposed, her hair flowing freely down her back like a river of pale gold touched by the forest's grey light. There was something fierce and sacred about her, like one of the ancient women from Celtic tales, figures born from storm and prayer alike. Darach felt a hard blow strike his chest.
It was not merely beauty.
It was the strange force radiating from her even while surrounded by danger.
The torn fabric barely covered part of her body.
Her pale skin glimmered beneath the filtered light of the branches, and for one dangerously human instant, desire pierced through him with an intensity that irritated him deeply. God above.
She was a nun.
He looked away for a brief second, trying to regain his senses, but he had already seen too much. The natural elegance of her figure, the proud steadiness with which she held her head, the restrained fury burning within those eyes.
And then he noticed the scars on her back.
Pale marks crossed her skin like ancient symbols branded into flesh. That instantly swept away every impure thought. Something dark lay behind those wounds.
Something he recognized.
Not in form but in weight. Kiowan crouched beside him and muttered a barely audible curse. The English soldiers also seemed to have forgotten they stood before a nun. Their faces alone revealed their intentions. Cold anger spread through Darach. He had witnessed too much brutality in the marches, yet this still turned his blood.
It took a particular kind of rot to violate a woman consecrated to God.
He brushed Kiowan's arm. Both men prepared their weapons. Darach preferred the spear, but this time he carried only a sword. The damp leather of the hilt creaked beneath his fingers. He was about to give the signal when the woman spoke again.
And he stopped.
Because despite the fear and danger, she was not begging.
She was advancing.
Every word left her mouth with a calm conviction, almost terrifying. She defended her chastity the way a queen defends a kingdom.
Not with tears but with fire.
Darach could have sworn even the forest listened. The wind itself seemed to quiet among the branches. For one fleeting instant, she reminded him of the ancient priestesses from old Gaelic legends, women capable of blessing or cursing a warrior with the same voice.
And truly this nun knew how to curse. That small Italian nun possessed the heart of a warrior from the old songs.
A banshee clothed in wool and ash. Then came the threats. Darach frowned as he heard her describe terrible misfortunes awaiting the man foolish enough to touch her.
A small black fruit, 2 dried grapes. He closed his eyes briefly.
For a bride of Christ, she possessed a remarkably vivid imagination. Aedan cast him a sidelong glance. Darach answered with the slightest nod. Enough. The two men burst from the forest then like shadows torn from the mountain itself.
Essen and Leomhan.
The war cry of the White Raven Guard shook the clearing.
The soldiers barely had time to turn.
And Darach hurled himself at them with sword drawn. Aedan's blade opened the throat of the first man. Darach crashed into another with the force of a stag descending the mountainside. Steel mudblood. Everything happened quickly. The entire forest seemed to hold its breath. The nun stepped back, clutching the sick girl while the Highlanders finished the fight. When the last body collapsed upon the wet grass, silence slowly returned among the trees. Only the whisper of the wind remained. And the woman's uneven breathing. Darach lifted his gaze toward her. Then something strange happened.
She was looking at him too. Chapter 3. The Hidden Message.
Eirlys tried to conceal her irritation. It had been a very long time since a man had attempted to give her orders.
Not since Ridian.
The memory of her brother pierced her chest like a cold northern wind. She still struggled to accept his death. Ridian had always seemed invincible, one of those men born to survive storms, and yet the Calderans had struck him down at Loch Caeldir. She lowered her gaze for a moment, as though offering a silent prayer for him.
Then she slowly turned toward the Highlander.
Arduin.
How strange it was to find one of his clan there.
She had believed the Arduins had followed the MacDougals into exile, across the sea. Men of Caerlo, children of the coast and the ancient Norse laws. Tradition claimed their name came from Logmaur, man of law. The irony almost made her smile.
That man possessed the eloquence of a stone.
And yet, he unsettled her.
There was something troubling about him. He did not react like other men.
He could not be guided by a smile, by gratitude, or even by the feminine confusion that had so often opened doors for her.
He looked at her too much.
With a dry, silent intensity, as though beneath the veil he could see every life she had left behind.
And perhaps he saw one. The scars.
Eirlys felt a faint shiver. They were not the only shadows she carried.
The sooner she rid herself of him, the better.
So she composed her gentlest expression, the serene smile of a religious woman accustomed to silence, incense and prayer. A soft face, almost luminous.
That faintly distant air that made men lower their voices before nuns.
If Arhane could see her now, she would laugh until she cried.
The thought of her twin sister tightened her heart. I wish I could tell her I'm still alive. That I'm still enduring. Perhaps when the war ended.
If it ever ended at all.
I do not understand, she said sweetly. I believed I had made it clear that you came here for nothing.
The message had already been delivered. Why had Winmere sent men after her? Never before had the bishop distrusted her this way.
Did you require something else?
Her smile had no effect whatsoever on the Highlander. The man's face remained as impenetrable as the iron of his helmet. And that irritated her more than she wished to admit.
I am taking you back to Greymere, he said.
Do not concern yourself with your companion. Aedan will escort her to the abbey, and ensure everything reaches its destination. Eirlys understood the double meaning immediately. Aedan would personally deliver the message to Aedan.
How kind of you, she replied calmly. But it will not be necessary.
We can all return to the abbey together, and afterward you may continue on your way.
She turned to leave. It is not an offer, sister.
The man's deep voice reached her like a hand pressed against her back. Eirlys inhaled slowly. That man was more stubborn than an old mountain bull.
I assure you there is no need. And I assure you there is. Arduin gestured toward his companion. Take the girl to the abbey, he ordered in Gaelic. I will handle our little crusade.
Eirlys pretended not to understand, though the phrase pricked her pride.
Little crusade. As though she were a stubborn child.
Aedan approached Vaelin with unexpected gentleness. The girl looked at Arhane in distress, clinging to her.
But she needed to return to the abbey and take her remedy before her chest tightened shut again. Everything will be fine, Arhane murmured. Go with him. Are you certain? Yes. This man will not harm me. As she said it, she cast a brief glance toward Arduin. She did not know why she felt so certain of it.
She embraced Vaelin one last time.
And do not speak of what happened here. These men helped us.
The girl nodded, and disappeared beside Aedan beneath the tunnel of trees. Arduin shouted something in Gaelic before they vanished. Arhane caught only a few words.
Bas Ravaged.
Death before surrender.
It sounded less like a motto, and more like an ancient oath. What did you say to him? She asked. Nothing important. Then why speak in a language I would not understand?
He looked at her with an exhausted patience that reminded her far too much of Ridian, and of her father as well. Because I did not want you to understand. Direct. Without ornament. Arhane studied him silently.
He was enormous.
Beside him she seemed small, and she was not accustomed to feeling that way.
The Highlander occupied space even while standing still, broad shoulders, dark leather, weapons everywhere.
He smelled of wet forest iron and wood smoke. A man made for war. And perhaps also for disaster.
She decided to change tactics. Why are you so determined to escort me? She asked.
Did my superiors order it?
No. Then why?
He held her gaze with those calm grey eyes.
Because it is dangerous. She raised an eyebrow. And you believe I will be safer with you?
The English are more likely to stop an armed warrior than a group of pilgrims.
That is why we will not take the road. And how exactly do you intend to travel?
Fly. For the first time he truly smiled.
And somehow that was worse.
The expression lasted only an instant, but it was enough to unsettle something inside her.
As though someone had brought a fire too close on a cold night.
We will cross through the forest, he said.
He stepped toward her.
Arhane caught the scent of wet leather and pine. She inhaled before she could stop herself, and hated herself slightly for it. She had to tilt her head upward to look at him.
And if we lose our way?
He let out a low sound, almost a laugh.
I do not lose my way.
His eyes drifted briefly toward the cloak covering her body. Heat rose along Arhane's skin as she remembered that beneath the wall she was still half undressed. Arduin immediately looked away, as though he had touched something forbidden.
He stepped back.
She spoke too quickly, trying to break the strange tension between them.
It would not be appropriate to travel alone with a man.
Saint Brigid.
They would have to spend the night together. That faint mocking expression returned to Arduin's mouth. Your virtue is in no danger with me, sister.
You are a consecrated woman. Arhane felt an absurd stab of wounded pride. How ridiculous.
I have never doubted your honor. Wise of you. I almost always have it.
That answer caught her off guard.
Then, as an honorable man, you would not force a woman to accept your company against her will. Depends on the woman. And then he added calmly. And on how much danger she is in. Afterward, he turned away. Change your clothes.
I will fetch my horse. He left her there, motionless, without giving her time to respond. Arhane opened her mouth and found no words.
That had not happened to her in years.
She watched him disappear among the trees, large and silent as an old Highland wolf. And she realized, with a mixture of annoyance and unease, that this man had no intention of stepping out of her path.
Chapter 4.
The Man Among the Shadows. Darach had to suppress a laugh when he saw Sister Arhane's expression after turning his back on her.
That little nun did not seem accustomed to being denied anything. Yet when he returned with the horse, some of his amusement faded.
For a consecrated soul she possessed a fierce will. From the saddle he offered her his hand once more.
"I told you to give me your hand." She shook her head slowly.
She had covered herself again with that severe black veil hiding the brilliance of her hair, though several golden strands still escaped near her temples like threads of sunlight trapped beneath the cloth. "I appreciate your kindness," she answered with stubborn calm, "but I would rather walk."
It was the third time she had said so.
Darach felt his jaw tighten.
It was not kindness. Nor was it a request. "I do not care about your preference."
"You will get on the horse willingly, or I will put you on it myself."
"But you are traveling with me."
Eloan's eyes widened slightly, though she held his gaze without wavering.
"I see you are not a man given to subtlety." "So they tell me." He had never been skilled with gentle words. Other men of the guard could rap a sentence the way a harpist rapped a song. Not him. Darach was made of stone, rain and steel. In battle clarity saved lives, half-truths belonged to bards. And yet as he watched her his mind betrayed that firmness. His eyes dropped briefly toward the chest hidden beneath the dark wool, and the memory returned to him with the force of a fire buried beneath ash. A nun, he reminded himself. Consecrated before God. But not even saints erased certain images. "So what will it be, sister?" Eloan exhaled slowly, like someone accepting a truce she did not want. Finally she took his hand. It was light. Too light. Darach lifted her onto the saddle before him with ease, and the horse started forward through the trees. The road to Greymere was not long for a man alone, but they would travel slowly, avoiding paths and villages. For years Darach had crossed those lands like a wolf among the heather. He knew the forests, the hidden passes, the streams where tracks could be erased. The damp earth remembered everything, though the rain, which already scented the air, would soon cleanse the trail. Wind began stirring the higher branches. Above them, clouds darkened the sky like an ancient omen. And yet it was not the storm that troubled him. From the moment he wrapped his arms around Eloan's waist, he understood his mistake. She was far too close. The woman's body rested against his, with an intimacy no vow could render innocent. Beneath the scent of wet leather and iron, he caught the faint fragrance of wildflowers growing on the hills of Dunaraid, where the sea crashed against black stones and old stories still spoke of spirits and fallen warriors. That scent unsettled his soul more than any battle. He tried to think of something else. A prayer, perhaps. But the horse moved with a slow, steady rhythm, and every motion pressed Eloan's body closer against his own. Her back brushed his chest. The softness of her hips shattered the distance he was trying to maintain. Darach clenched his jaw. Blessed Christ. For years he had mastered his impulses. He had learned to ignore fear, exhaustion, desire. Yet this woman wrapped in black unraveled him effortlessly. He cursed himself under his breath. She turned her head slightly. "Is something wrong?" He took a moment before answering. "No." "Why would something be wrong?" "You swore." A shadow of a smile crossed Darach's mouth. "I thought you did not understand Gaelic." "I do not. But blasphemies sound the same in every language." That drew a brief laugh from him, low and rough, like stone rolling through a river. "Everything is fine," he said. Eloan remained silent for a few moments before asking. "You seemed uncertain of the path." He smiled again, this time genuinely. If there was one thing Darach Arduin knew how to do, it was find trails where others saw only forest. "We will not lose our way." She lifted her face toward him. Her blue-green eyes gleamed beneath the dimness of the woods, like moonlight reflected on water. Darach looked away first. That was safer. Then she shivered slightly, and shifted against him in search of warmth. He tensed at once. "Are you cold?" "A little." Without another word, he released one hand from the reins, took the plaid rolled behind the saddle,
and draped it over her shoulders.
Cover yourself.
Eirlys looked at him in surprise. For a moment the nun's severity vanished, leaving only the woman beneath it, young, weary, alive.
Thank you.
She wrapped herself in the fabric and sighed softly before settling against him once more. Darach closed his eyes briefly. One of them would travel comfortably that night. And he was fairly certain it would not be him.
Chapter 5.
The Escape.
The plaid was warm and soft.
It carried Darach's scent, leather, peat smoke, cold wind sweeping across the hills. The fabric's blue-grey tones reminded her of his eyes. Steel blue, she thought. Steel seemed to live inside him. In his steady gaze. In that inflexible way he spoke. In the quiet hardness of his chest against her back. In the effortless strength with which he had lifted her, as though she weighed nothing at all. Never before had she felt such strength so close.
And since then something strange had awakened beneath her skin.
A warm, unfamiliar restlessness moving through her stomach and chest, like a mild fever.
She hoped she was not falling ill.
For such a rough man, he was surprisingly comfortable.
Perhaps she had worried for nothing.
Traveling this way, sheltered within his arms while the forest murmured around them, was far more pleasant than walking alone beneath that threatening sky. The wind had turned cold, and Darach's body radiated warmth like a stone heated beside the fire. When a gust swept through the trees, Eirlys shivered and wrapped the plaid more tightly around herself. She thought she heard a restrained sound behind her. A faint growl, perhaps. She glanced over her shoulder, but Darach remained motionless, eyes fixed ahead, jaw tight as always. Eirlys hid a small smile. She was not accustomed to losing.
But she knew how to accept defeat when it could still be turned into an advantage.
She would find a way to divert toward Ravensharde when the moment came. Until then, she could allow herself to enjoy the journey a little. She studied him sidelong. He still seemed different from other men. Harder to read. Like one of those dark Highland lakes whose surfaces appear calm while deep currents move beneath.
You are not very talkative.
He lowered his gaze toward her, from beneath his helmet.
I am surprised you noticed.
Eirlys let out a brief clear laugh, like water striking smooth stones.
Do you mean I speak too much? I mean you keep talking until you hear what you want to hear. She arched an eyebrow.
He was more perceptive than she had imagined. Arhane used to tell her that whenever she wanted something, she moved like a boulder rolling downhill, and God help whoever tried to stop her. She looked at Darach again, and thought that this man looked precisely like a wall standing directly in her path.
The thought almost made her smile. Well, as you have seen, it does not always work.
She saw the corner of Darach's mouth move slightly.
But almost always. Let us say it is a useful skill.
His expression hardened again.
Then you have been fortunate.
Eirlys caught the change in his voice.
What do you mean? What you are doing is dangerous.
Until now, heaven has protected you, but not every man can be persuaded with words. Women should not be in a war.
Not even as messengers. And I intend to tell the bishop so when I see him again.
She was so indignant it took her a moment to answer.
How dared he?
Who was he to decide where a woman belonged? Beneath that veil she was still the daughter of a count. Sister to a woman who had shared the fate of kings. She had seen alliances shatter, castles burn, entire clans vanish in the names of men who later spoke of protecting women. No. She knew the world far too well to allow herself to be caged within it.
I serve the king just as you do, she replied with restrained calm. And to defeat Edward it will take the hands of men, and women as well. What you do is dangerous too. Is it not?
Darach remained silent. She continued before he could retreat back into himself.
You chose to fight for what you believe in. Why should I not do the same? Because it is no place for a woman.
Eirlys let out a small disbelieving laugh.
And according to you, where is our place? The home. Children.
Keeping the fire alive while men fight. She turned her face slightly toward him.
And does your wife accept that without protest? I do not have a wife. That does not surprise me.
She murmured it softly, yet she saw his eyes narrow.
He had heard her. She did not care. Too many men thought the same way. That was why she had chosen the veil. Not because she wished to hide from the world, but because it was the only way to walk through it without others deciding her fate. She lifted her chin. Not all women wish to be protected. Some of us know how to protect ourselves.
Darach's voice sounded low and dry beside her ear.
A sharp tongue is not much use against a sword. That was too much.
Before even thinking, Arhane leaned slightly, slid her hand beneath her habit, and drew the Estian duve hidden beside her boot. The small blade rested against the inside of Darach's thigh. Very close. Very steady. He went still. Arhane slowly raised her eyes toward him.
Then it is fortunate that I know how to use both.
Darach's expression was so unexpected she had to suppress laughter. And in that instant, she knew she would never forget that face. She had reacted with a speed that left no room for doubt. Darach understood only a heartbeat later, when the knife's tip pressed against his thigh. Beneath the leather of his clothing there was no true protection. Only skin, flesh, and that precise place no man ever wished to imagine threatened. The blade rested there with unsettling precision.
It was not a random gesture. She knew.
By all the saints. A nun who knew a warrior's weak points. One movement.
She could kill him. Or ruin him forever. And the worst part was not even that. It was her other hand.
She had braced it against his thigh to steady herself. Too high. Far too close. An unexpected, dangerously human warmth in a place where he should feel nothing but control. He kept his gaze fixed on the blade.
That was what he should do. Yet his mind had already lost the battle. Slowly he brought the horse to a halt.
His heart pounded far too hard.
It was not fear. Not only that. She did not move.
Cold. Steady. Like the ancient stones of the circles raised by the ancestors, those places his people still called the memory of the world.
She did not tremble.
She would carry through, if necessary.
I believe I understand you now, he said at last quietly. She raised an eyebrow.
Even then he noticed details: dark lashes, blue-green eyes alive as river water beneath a stormy sky. Too attentive. A dangerous habit. He forced himself back to the essential.
She has a dagger. Do you? She replied. I doubt it.
Men like you only respect what resembles yourselves.
She studied him openly. Strength.
A brief silence.
And you possess a great deal of it. The tip of the blade pressed slightly harder.
Just enough to remind him who held the advantage.
But strength is not always enough.
Darach inhaled slowly. He recognized that sort of calm.
The calm of fighters who do not threaten.
They act. Without warning he seized her wrist.
She resisted.
Not violently. Firmly.
Like a door refusing to open.
She loosened the knife's pressure enough for him to breathe again.
But she did not release it.
They remained almost face to face atop the saddle. Too close. Too real. And suddenly everything became more complicated than the blade itself.
He looked away.
Mistake. His body betrayed him with other thoughts.
She seemed to understand as well.
A faint blush crossed her face. She removed her hand from his thigh with abrupt caution, as though she had touched something forbidden.
The knife remained steady in her hand.
Darach narrowed his eyes.
Where did you learn that? From my sister-in-law.
Silence.
Not the answer he expected. Your family is unusual, he commented.
She gave a brief smile.
You jest.
He realized that indeed he had.
And that unsettled him more than he wished to admit.
She gestured toward him with her chin.
If you would be so kind, release me.
He obeyed at once. She sheathed the blade with a sure, almost respectful motion. He followed the gesture with his eyes before he could stop himself.
That knife, he said.
She hesitated briefly before offering it to him.
He turned it between his fingers.
The object carried memory. Northern engravings. Fine craftsmanship. A blade that had belonged to someone else before her.
It was no improvised weapon. Where does it come from? From my sister-in-law.
Again that same answer.
He handed it back. As she tucked it away, he noticed something in her shoulders, a faint easing. As though the weapon did not merely protect her, but kept her balanced. Her family is from the north, she added.
Darach nodded without speaking. Then he asked the question he should not have asked.
Do you miss them now? She looked away briefly. Yes.
A simple word. Too simple.
He should have left it there.
Instead, awkwardly he pressed further.
Will you return home?
Silence.
Perhaps when the war ends. Her voice had changed.
More distant. Darach understood he had touched something older than roads or orders.
He shook his head faintly. It is not your war. She did not look at him immediately. I have my reasons. And that was enough.
She closed the subject like someone shutting a thick wooden door.
We should continue, she added. Ravensharde before the rain. He urged the horse onward.
The wind was already rising among the trees. Branches murmured like an ancient forgotten tongue, the language of standing stones and unwitnessed oaths.
We are not going to Ravensharde, he said at last. We are going to Greymere, by the northern bank of the Tweed. It is safer. She turned sharply. And for the first time since they had met, he saw something crack in her composure. No, that is impossible.
Ravensharde is necessary.
Chapter 6. The pass through the hills.
Darach Arduin exerted a strange influence over her. In his presence words stopped obeying her. She spoke too quickly just as he did, without fully weighing the consequences. She had mentioned her sister-in-law without thinking, drawn her knife like an impulsive girl, and worse still, reacted far too strongly when he announced they would cross the river. Judging by the way those steel-blue eyes watched her, he was beginning to suspect.
And rightly so.
Decent women did not travel armed. Nuns even less so. Nor was her sister-in-law an ordinary woman. Roswyn Dragor, Lady of the Isles, possessed the wild temperament of the Western Sea. People said the old Norse spirit still ran through her family's blood. She had learned to fight at the hands of her brother Kieran, pirate and warrior, and later taught Eirlys how to defend herself.
After that night,
Eirlys closed her eyes briefly. One of Rydion's men, drunk and out of control, had tried to force himself on her. Roswyn arrived before it was too late. Eirlys would never forget the man's scream when the blade opened the back of his leg. He limped for the rest of his life. Rydion dealt with the rest. Sometimes Eirlys still remembered the sound of the whip in the courtyard, and the icy wind striking the stones while she watched the punishment without looking away. In the Highlands, a chieftain had to deliver justice the way an oak endured storms, firm even while cracking inside. Rydion would have been a great clan chief, she thought sadly. He possessed the same quiet authority as Darach Arduin. That natural hardness that made other men obey without needing raised voices. Now both of them were dead. The war had taken almost everything.
Her brothers.
Her home. Her former name. Of the powerful Vaelin family, only Arhane, little Halric, and herself remained.
But Eirlys Vaelin had to stay dead. It was safer that way.
If Edward of England discovered she was alive, he would use her against her sister. And this time no one would save them. The memory returned like lightning striking black water.
The bridge.
The fire.
The screams.
She had believed she could rescue Arhane from England. How young and proud she had been then. Rhidian had begged for patience, but Eirlys had never accepted that word easily. She convinced Roswin to lend her men and rode straight toward disaster, convinced courage alone could alter fate.
It could not.
Fenric died pierced by an arrow. Roswin's men fell one after another. The bridge exploded beneath the storm, and the river swallowed her amid fire and darkness.
Afterward, she awoke in a convent.
She remembered candlelight, the scent of herbs, and the soft voices of nuns leaning over her. For several hours, she truly believed she had died.
And to her own shame she felt relief.
Her father had always assured her she would end damned. And yet the nuns had received her as though heaven still held a place for her. When she realized they mistook her for one of the sisters, she did not tell the truth.
Perhaps because she was tired of fighting.
Perhaps because Eirlys Vaelin no longer wished to exist.
That was how Sister Eloin was born.
The abbess risked much to smuggle her out of England, and sent her to Italy with a group of pilgrims. Later came the messages for Aedan, the secret journeys between abbeys, and that new life woven from silence, roads, and pious lies. Only a handful of people knew her true name.
It had to remain that way.
She adjusted the plaid more tightly over her shoulders, and cast a brief glance toward Darach. She could not allow him to discover anything. Because that Highlander saw too much.
And because it was becoming dangerously easy to trust him. That was the worst part.
His words about women and war still stung. Men always spoke of protecting women while deciding their fate for them. Marriage, duty, obedience, different chains for the same prison.
No. She had chosen another road.
Though for some reason, whenever she imagined Darach looking at her with that silent intensity, the veil seemed to weigh less upon her skin. She immediately pushed the thought away.
The English watch the bridges, she said, forcing herself to sound calm. They could discover us.
We will not cross by the main roads, he replied.
I know another passage. Then he looked at her again. He always did that. As though he listened to something beneath her words. Why are you so determined to go to Ravensharde?
Eirlys silently cursed her impatience. She had intended to persuade him later, calmly. She composed an innocent expression.
I wish to stop at a merchant's house. For what?
She opened the leather satchel, and withdrew a small cloth-wrapped bundle.
Holding it toward him, she said, roasted nuts with honey and spices. The convent sisters adore them.
Darach watched her without changing expression.
Are you certain this is not another errand for the bishop?
Fortunately, the rain concealed the heat rising to her cheeks.
Has anyone ever told you that you are excessively suspicious? And has anyone ever told you that nuns should not lie?
Eirlys lifted her chin.
I am not lying. I truly love those nuts.
The shadow of a smile touched Darach's mouth.
Then you may ask the bishop to bring you more next time.
We are not going to Ravensharde. His tone irritated her, but she chose silence. Arguing with him was like trying to move a sacred stone, rooted halfway into a mountain. And yet something told her she would eventually find a way. Darach sensed deception the way a fox sensed a change in the wind.
The nun had yielded far too quickly. That was never a good sign.
Rain fell harder and harder, and the forest was beginning to drown in mist.
The trail descended through mud roots and wet shadows.
He needed to focus, but that was difficult while Eloin kept seeking shelter against him each time the cold intensified. Blessed Christ!
They had been traveling like this for hours.
His body was beginning to forget every prayer learned in childhood.
She shivered beneath the plaid.
Could we not seek shelter until the storm passes? Darach sighed.
Once we cross the river. Is it much farther? Not far. She looked at him over her shoulder.
Raindrops slid along her lashes like rain across glass.
I thought you knew where we were. I do.
More or less. The mist distorted the landscape, and the river should have been close, though he still could not make out the crossing.
Perhaps the weather has disoriented you. I am not lost. She fell silent for a moment. Of course not.
The gentle tone with which she said it irritated him even more. He continued through the trees until, at last, he spotted the opening through the undergrowth. He felt relief far too soon. Because when they reached the riverbank, he realized the river was no longer the same. The Arhane River roared beneath the storm, swollen by rain and melting snow. Water slammed furiously against the 3 logs stretched between the banks. Eirlys went pale.
You cannot possibly intend to cross that. Her fear was real.
Darach dismounted and tested the logs with his foot. They held, though the river seemed eager to tear them from the earth.
It will hold.
This time he spoke gently. He helped her down from the horse, holding her by the waist.
The contact lasted only an instant, but it was enough.
Her warmth pierced through the cold and rain.
Their eyes met.
Something shifted between them. Brief. Silent. Dangerous. Darach released her too quickly and turned toward the bridge. I will cross first with the horse, he said.
Then I will come back for you. No.
The word emerged barely above a whisper.
She stepped backward and shook her head. I cannot.
The river roared beneath the storm like an ancient creature.
I cannot swim, she admitted. And I hate bridges.
Darach approached slowly.
I will not let anything happen to you.
For a moment, she seemed to believe him.
But then a wave crashed against the logs, and Eirlys instinctively clutched his arm. Her body pressed against his. Chest against chest.
Hips against hips.
And time stopped.
Darach felt desire tear through his body with the violence of lightning striking a dry tree. Alohan's breath trembled against his throat.
She felt it too. He saw it in her eyes. That silent, dangerous shock that carried nothing sacred within it.
His gaze lowered toward her lips.
And he almost kissed her.
Fortunately, some fragment of judgment still remained. He clenched his jaw and stepped back. Arhane retreated immediately as well, confused, breathing far too quickly. Rain continued falling between them.
There is an inn in a stairwin, he said roughly. We will spend the night there.
Relief lit her face.
Thank you.
Then Darach added.
But we will not go like this.
A nun and a warrior would draw too much attention. She understood at once.
You want us to pretend to be married?
The idea seemed to unsettle her more than the river itself.
Do you have another suggestion?
Eirlys glanced once more at the bridge. The water kept crashing against the logs, as though ancient river spirits demanded a price.
The inn, she said at last.
Darach nodded.
Hide your cross.
She disappeared behind the trees to change. When she returned, Darach had already removed his helmet. And Arhane stopped breathing for an instant.
It was not merely that he was handsome.
He possessed that wild sort of beauty found in certain men born among mountains and storms. Dark hair soaked by rain, short beard, pale eyes hard and calm as the northern sea in winter. He looked made of forest, iron and wind.
And then she finally understood what had unsettled her from the beginning. She liked him.
Far too much.
Chapter 7.
Beneath the rain. Darach realized his mistake the moment the innkeeper opened the bedroom door. Crossing the river in the storm would have been simpler. The room was small, little more than a refuge beneath the inn's sloping roof. The bed occupied almost all the space. There was a narrow table, a wooden stool, and a tiny window overlooking the rain-soaked courtyard.
Nothing more. There was not enough room to keep distance between them.
A sharp alarm struck him. Sleeping there with Arhane would be a trial worse than any battle. The innkeeper, proud of her room, placed several blankets upon the bed and smiled with satisfaction.
It is the finest one we have.
The roof does not leak and it is always warm up here. If you give me your wet clothes, I will leave them by the fire before I go to bed.
Then she winked at Arhane. Though with a husband like that, I doubt you will need extra blankets to keep warm.
Arhane paled slightly. Darach knew that feeling far too well. The woman left them alone with the storm striking the thatched roof, and a thick silence between them. Darach wanted nothing more than to go downstairs and sleep in the stable.
But they would draw attention.
Besides, Arhane was right. Crossing the Arhane River that night would have been madness.
They were soaked and freezing.
And though he endured cold without difficulty, seeing her shiver awakened something uncomfortable inside him. Something he could not entirely master.
We will stay here, he said at last.
The innkeeper seemed faintly offended by his rough tone, but Arhane came to the rescue with a radiant smile.
It is perfect shelter for tonight.
Thank you very much.
Her eyes fell upon the pillow. Is it feather stuff? Of course, my lady.
Arhane let out a soft little laugh.
Then I shall sleep like a queen. My husband will have to drag me from the bed tomorrow.
The brief hesitation before saying husband did not escape Darach. Nor did the strange warmth that word stirred beneath his chest. Delighted, the innkeeper began asking questions. Arhane answered with disconcerting ease, inventing stories as effortlessly as others recited prayers.
She spoke of a sick mother in London.
Of a merchant father from Flanders.
Of a chance meeting in Greymere before war darkened everything.
Darach watched her silently from the doorway.
She was good.
Far too good.
At last a woman sighed tenderly over that false love story, and finally descended the stairs, promising to send them a hot supper.
The moment the door closed, the air in the room seemed to change.
The closeness returned all at once.
Darach placed the saddlebags on the table, and avoided looking at her for a moment. Arhane remained beside the bed, as far from him as the room allowed.
As though she feared coming too close. He could not blame her.
He himself barely trusted his own judgment anymore.
He had almost kissed her beside the river.
A nun. Holy Christ. He rubbed a tired hand across the back of his neck. Desiring a consecrated woman was blasphemy.
And not merely for the sake of his soul.
Aedan needed the church's support to sustain the war. If Winmere discovered he had touched one of his nuns, he refused to imagine it. The problem was that Arhane resembled no nun he had ever known. Nor any woman. The memory of her body in his arms still burned beneath his skin.
She shivered faintly.
Several blonde strands had begun drying around her face. She looked like a creature born from mist and light. Far too beautiful for that tiny room.
You should change out of those clothes, he said abruptly, returning to French. You will fall ill. It is not that cold. They are soaked.
She crossed her arms over the plaid.
I only have one other dress.
And the English soldier destroyed it. Darach opened the saddlebags and removed a clean lean.
Wear this.
She looked at the garment, and then lifted her eyes toward him. He immediately understood her hesitation.
You may keep the plaid around you.
Arhane hesitated several seconds. Then she nodded.
But do not turn around. If you make me the same promise.
She almost smiled.
You should have spoken to the innkeeper yourself. She nearly grew suspicious of us. I am not made for such things. I had noticed.
Strange as it seemed, that drew the shadow of a laugh from Darach. With her, it became easy to forget who he was.
That troubled him more than anything else. He turned away to change.
Never before had he felt uncomfortable undressing near a woman. He had shared camps, halls and huts with too many men and too many wars to retain any modesty. And yet that night, every small movement Eloan made seemed to brush across his back like a caress.
He changed quickly. She took much longer.
Far too long.
Have you not finished yet? Almost.
He waited another moment before slightly turning his head. Mistake.
He saw only an instant.
The soft curve of her hips before the fabric covered them once more. He closed his eyes and cursed silently.
That room was becoming a true penance.
When she finally spoke, Darach turned immediately.
And then she asked, without hesitation, "Who gave you those scars?"
Eirlys stiffened.
Not from shame.
Those marks were already part of her, like the dark rings in an old tree trunk, remembering every winter endured.
But the question still hurt. She narrowed her eyes. You looked. It was not my intention. That does not improve matters much.
He leaned one shoulder against the wall.
I have seen worse wounds.
The answer irritated her more than expected.
How reassuring.
Darach sensed the wounded pride beneath her sarcasm and to his surprise almost smiled.
They do not look like marks of penance, he said. They look like burns.
Eirlys remained silent for several seconds. Rain tapped softly against the window.
I was standing on a bridge when lightning struck, she finally answered. The fire caught the wood, and fragments lodged in my back.
The memory flickered briefly through her eyes. Dark. Painful. Darach saw it.
That is why you feared the river. She barely nodded.
Some memories remain in the body, the way old spirits remain in the hills.
Even when one continues onward.
Darach lowered his gaze briefly. He understood better than she imagined.
You should not hide them, he said more softly. They are proof you survived.
Eirlys held his gaze.
I am not ashamed of the scars.
Only of what they remember.
That was enough for him to stop pressing.
For several moments the storm filled the silence between them. Then Darach spoke again.
You have a strange accent. She felt a small jolt in her chest. My father was a merchant. We traveled often.
The lie came naturally. Far too naturally.
That is why you speak so many languages. More or less.
She decided to steer the conversation away from herself.
And you?
Do not seem like an ordinary Highlander.
He raised an eyebrow. Does that mean you expected me to be more brutish?
Color rose to Eirlys's cheeks.
I did not mean that. I was raised in a noble household. I learned French there. She sighed. I wish I had an easier time with languages. You do not. Latin haunts my dreams.
The words escaped before she could stop them. Darach watched her a moment too long.
She hurried to yawn. I am tired. And it was true.
Tired of lying. Of weighing every word. Of feeling that strange tension between them growing like fire beneath peat. She wrapped the plaid more tightly around herself. Despite the room's warmth, her skin burned. Darach noticed it as well.
That was why he immediately picked up the wet clothes. I will take these downstairs to dry.
She lifted her eyes toward him.
Thank you. He nodded. And as he left the room, Eirlys realized something dangerous.
She did not fear being alone with Darach Arduin.
She feared beginning to wish she never had to be alone again. Chapter 8. The Room of Fire.
Darach rarely drank. He had seen too many times what whiskey could do to a man. His father had ultimately lost himself within it, like so many warriors who tried drowning their memories only to give them louder voices.
But there were nights when even the strongest men needed silence inside their minds.
The last time he had gotten drunk was after William Mac Bryn, one of his brothers in the Guard, died during the explosion at Gwynedd. Before that, after barely escaping the slaughter at Loch Caeldir, when Aedan's galleys burned upon black waters and only 2 escaped into the mist. Those times he drank because of pain. Tonight was worse. Because desire left no visible wounds. He remained beside the inn's fire for a long while, slowly emptying a mug of harsh whiskey, hoping the heat would numb his body and drive Eloan's image from his mind.
It did not work.
One of the tavern girls tried flirting with him. Pretty. Cheerful. Easy. Darach barely looked at her. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw another face. Blue-green eyes beneath the rain. Golden hair falling like light through mist.
And that mouth.
He cursed silently and drank a little more. When he finally returned upstairs, the storm had begun retreating toward the hills. Silence filled the inn the way mist filled valleys at dawn. Eloan was sleeping deeply. Curled beneath the blankets, she looked younger. More fragile. Pale hair spread across the pillow like strands of moonlight. Darach looked away immediately. He spread the plaid across the floor and collapsed onto it, still dressed, too tired and too drunk to continue fighting himself.
But sleep granted him no mercy. He dreamed of her.
His hands moved across Eloan's bare skin. Soft. Warm. Real. The scent of wildflowers and rain filled the air. She leaned toward him, and the entire world seemed to stop around that touch. Desire struck through him with such force that he woke abruptly.
Or thought he woke.
Because Eloan was leaning over him. He felt her fingers slowly threading through his dark hair. Her voice, barely a murmur, sang something ancient and soft, a melody resembling the Gaelic lullabies Highland women whispered to drive bad spirits away from children. Darach relaxed beneath that touch, without entirely understanding why. He had never had a mother who cradled him that way. The last thing he felt before sinking back into sleep was the soft brush of lips against his cheek. The first light of dawn woke him.
The room was cold.
A brutal pain pierced his head the moment he opened his eyes. He cursed softly and shut them again for a moment. Then he noticed it. Silence. A silence far too perfect.
He sat upright at once.
The bed was empty. For an instant he remained motionless, staring at the cold hollow between the blankets.
Then he swore. His wife had escaped.
Eirlys's heart did not regain a normal rhythm until long after she left Asterwyn behind. She had descended silently, gathered her clothes beside the fire, and crossed the sleeping inn like a shadow before dawn. She nearly failed only once. When she tried passing beside Darach to reach the door, he caught her wrist. She still did not know whether he had been awake or trapped between dreams.
But for one instant, she believed he would pull her toward him. And the worst part was realizing she wanted him to. That frightened her more than any English patrol.
To calm him, she began stroking his hair the way she once soothed Arhane years ago whenever her sister woke weeping from nightmares.
But the effect was not the same.
She could still feel beneath her fingers the unexpected softness of his dark hair. Strange that a man born for war could possess something so soft. She remembered as well the firmness of his shoulders, the quiet strength of his body beneath her hands.
And that kiss.
Holy heaven! She had kissed his cheek without even thinking.
The taste of his skin still lingered in her memory, whiskey smoke and wet forest. And something more.
Something deeply masculine that awakened unfamiliar sensations within her.
As she hurried along the road toward Ravensharde, the memory still burned beneath her skin.
Her chest felt far too sensitive, her breathing uneven, her body heavy and warm in a way she had never experienced before. For one instant in the darkness of that room, she had wanted to curl against him.
She had wanted to feel his arms around her. And that thought filled her with panic.
She quickened her pace through the mist.
She had to get away.
Darach Arduin was not part of her future life. Nor her plans. Nor the woman she was trying to become.
She was going to take the veil. It was the right thing. Was it not?
The doubt appeared only for an instant, soft and dangerous as an undercurrent beneath water.
She pushed it away immediately.
As a religious woman, she possessed freedom.
Purpose.
A place of her own in a world where noble women could choose only between marriage and the convent.
And she knew far too well what marriage did to women.
Her mother had lived beneath her father's moods. Arhane had suffered under a husband incapable of faithful love. Rhuidean and Roswin seemed to argue even when they adored one another. No. Love brought chains. And yet. She thought of Darach's grey eyes and her heart gave an absurd leap. She forced herself onward. The mist had begun lifting when she left the main road to approach Ravensharde through the forest. The castle rose in the distance like a shadow of stone above the river.
Then she heard hoofbeats behind her.
Fear pierced her like an arrow.
She searched desperately for somewhere to hide, but it was too late.
Darach caught her before she could disappear among the trees. His expression alone stopped her. He wore his helmet once more and rain purled across the dark iron, but his eyes burned with cold fury. He leapt from the horse and seized her arm.
"Have you lost your mind?" he snapped. "Do you wish to get yourself killed?"
Eirlys immediately lifted her chin.
"I do not need you saving me constantly." "Well, someone has to."
He pulled her closer without realizing it.
Or perhaps he did.
Eirlys's heart began pounding again. Too fast. Too hard. He smelled of wet forest leather and northern wind.
As though he carried the wild Highland hills with him.
Darach leaned toward her. "Did you consider what would happen if the innkeeper discovered my wife fled before dawn?" Eirlys bit her lip.
She had not considered it.
"I am certain you invented a convincing excuse."
"Not all of us lie as well as you do." That almost drew a smile from her. "I doubt it matters greatly."
English soldiers were approaching the inn. She paled slightly.
"What did you tell them?" "That you had gone to pray for your mother."
Eirlys slowly released her breath.
"That was clever."
Darach narrowed his eyes.
"You sound far too surprised." She looked away. "I am sorry I left you there.
But I have matters in Ravensharde, and I will not abandon them." The moment she spoke those words, she realized her mistake. Something changed in Darach's expression. Dark. Decisive. Before she could react, he removed his helmet, pulled her sharply against him, and pressed her to his body. Heat rushed through her instantly. Intensely.
Her body stopped obeying her. "We shall see about that," he murmured. And then he kissed her. Chapter 9. The Fox's Mark.
So this then was what it felt like to lose control. Darach did not know the exact moment he decided to pull her against him.
Perhaps it had begun beside the river.
Perhaps long before that.
But the instant his lips found Alohan's, he stopped asking himself questions.
A rough sound escaped his throat. He had kissed her driven by anger, desire, and that wild need that had been growing inside him for hours.
Yet the moment he felt the trembling softness of her mouth, something changed.
She was inexperienced. He understood it, immediately.
And all the roughness left his body, the way the sea retreats after crashing against rocks.
He loosened his embrace. He kissed her slowly. With a tenderness he himself had not known he possessed. Never before had he courted a woman like this.
But that was exactly what he was doing.
Every brush of his lips sought to soothe her, convince her, teach her without words what he wanted from her. And God help him because he wanted her too much. Little by little, he felt Arhane leave behind the initial shock. Her body relaxed against his, and a small sigh escaped her lips.
The sound pierced straight through his chest.
She curled closer, as though their warmth belonged to the same fire. Darach closed his eyes briefly. No. This no longer resembled any kiss he had ever given before. Eloan's hand clutched his shoulders, and he felt desire tighten within him again, dark and burning like a fire beneath peat. He forced himself to move slowly, though every part of him wanted to lose himself in her. He brushed her cheek with his thumb. Her skin was soft as petals dampened by rain. Her scent surrounded him completely, wildflowers, forest after a storm, something luminous and deeply feminine. He wanted to drown in that fragrance and forget the rest of the world. His fingers slipped through her hair.
The hood had fallen back, and the golden waves shone beneath the morning mist like an ancient Highland enchantment.
He refused to think about her escape,
or how easy it had been to follow her trail. He only wanted to feel her.
Her lips,
her breasts pressed against his chest,
her hips brushing him until madness threatened. A low groan vibrated in his throat when he imagined their tongues meeting. He could no longer stop himself. He parted his lips slightly and entered her slowly. The world vanished. Everything became warmth, softness, a sweet, dangerous darkness dragging him down like the deep whirlpools of the Western Sea. He held her tighter, needing to feel her entire body against his while the kiss deepened, slower now, more intimate. Eloan's heart raced wildly against his.
He sensed her confusion. And then something else.
A trembling surrender awakening beneath her skin, the way earth awakens when spring arrives. When she answered the kiss, shyly brushing her tongue against his, Darach lost what little judgment he had left. Pleasure struck him with such force that he had to hold her more firmly to keep from faltering. Innocent.
Yes. But nothing about that kiss remained innocent now.
He gently pressed her against a tree trunk, and lifted one of her legs around his waist. Eloan let out a small strangled sound that completed his undoing.
The forest disappeared.
The war disappeared. Only their mouths remained, searching for one another again and again, the desperate friction of their bodies, and that fierce hunger growing between them. Darach's hands slid over her almost without thought. His fingers traced the curve of her back, the fullness of her breasts, the softness of her hips. Everything about her called to him. Everything. The pressure between his thighs became unbearable. He moved his hips against her in search of relief, and the shudder that swept through Eloan's body nearly destroyed what remained of his reason. Holy God! He kissed her throat, her neck, the racing pulse beneath her jaw while she trembled in his arms.
He was trembling too.
Never in his life had he felt anything like this.
Not in the arms of other women. Not even in dreams.
Little by little she abandoned herself against him, breathing quickly, clinging to his body, as though she no longer remembered where one of them ended and the other began. And then Darach understood it with brutal clarity.
She is mine.
The thought echoed inside him like the ancient war drums of the clans. He drew back slightly to look at her. Swollen lips, flushed cheeks, eyes heavy with desire.
He had never seen anything so beautiful. And right then everything shattered.
The wooden cross appeared between the folds of her dress, swaying above the chest he had just caressed. Horror pierced him instantly. He recoiled as though wounded. He released her so quickly Eloan nearly fell. Darach caught her instinctively before she struck the ground, but the damage was already done. Shame burned his throat.
What in God's name had he done? She was a nun.
A consecrated woman. The weight of his sin crashed over him like a stone sinking into black water. 1 instant earlier, Eirlys had felt the entire world burning with light. 1 instant later, the cold returned all at once. The emptiness left by Darach's absence was almost painful. When he caught her again to keep her from falling, she clung to his arms by pure instinct. "Do not pull away."
The plea nearly escaped her lips. But then she looked up and saw Darach's expression.
Guilt. Horror.
That was worse than the cold. She slowly stepped away from him.
For a long moment neither spoke. The forest seemed to hold its breath around them. Mist drifted through the trees like ancient spirits watching from afar. Eirlys still felt the fire of the kiss in every corner of her body.
She had never imagined anything like it. Had never even known such a thing could exist. That man had kissed her as though he knew every secret of desire. As though he could tear her soul away with a single caress. And the worst part was that she had answered him without reserve.
Without fear. Without thought. For one instant she would have surrendered everything, her virtue, her caution, even the path she had chosen for herself. That terrified her.
She looked at Darach's mouth.
Those severe lips could become unbelievably gentle. Far too gentle. She remembered as well the strength of his body against hers, and the hard heat she had felt between her thighs. A blush climbed into her cheeks. Holy heaven! Never before had she allowed herself thoughts like these. The silence stretched until Darach finally spoke.
"This should not have happened."
She nodded slowly.
Yes. That was true.
His face hardened again, reclaiming the warrior's mask.
"I ask your forgiveness," he said stiffly. "I allowed myself to be carried away because you had angered me."
Eirlys blinked in disbelief.
"So now this is somehow my fault. If you had obeyed from the beginning, I would have remembered you were a religious woman."
She crossed her arms.
"Of course.
Obedient nuns do not provoke sins." Darach narrowed his eyes.
"You resemble no nun I have ever known. Have you known many?" The irony struck its target. He tensed. And then something strange happened. "Where has your accent gone?" he asked suddenly.
Eirlys's heart stopped for an instant. Too late she realized her mistake. Immediately she returned to the French tinged with Latin.
"I do not know what you mean." But Darach was already watching her, like a fox on the moor that had just discovered a hidden track beneath snow. He caught her arm. "Who are you really?"
Fear pierced her. For one instant she almost told him the truth. She felt the urge to tear away every lie and stop pretending.
But she could not.
That false identity was still the only barrier left between them.
And after that kiss, she no longer trusted herself.
"I am a humble servant of God," she answered with forced calm.
"And you are the man who tried to seduce her. That is all you need to know."
Guilt crossed Darach's face again. He released her immediately.
"You are right." He stepped back ashamed. "I have no excuse.
I will confess this sin as soon as I have the chance." An unexpected ache tightened Eirlys's chest. Because she knew he meant every word.
"Let us forget what happened," he added awkwardly. "It will be better for both of us." Yes. That was exactly what should happen. Then why did the thought feel unbearable?
Desire still pulsed beneath her skin like a distant drum. He had awakened something she no longer knew how to lock away again.
But she had a mission.
And Darach Arduin was dangerous to her in more ways than he imagined. She breathed slowly.
"Your confession will ease my conscience," she said softly.
"And conveniently, there is a church in Ravensharde. You could pray there while I attend to a small errand." Darach shook his head firmly.
"We are not going to Ravensharde." "I am."
The gazes clashed again.
She held his stubbornly. "Please. It will only take a moment."
"I have done this sort of thing hundreds of times."
Chapter 10.
The Priory. Eloan's joke did not draw even the shadow of a smile from him. Darach remained far too unsettled. He knew perfectly well what she was doing. She was using his guilt to bend him.
And the worst part was that it was working.
He lacked the strength to argue. He could still feel the tremor of that kiss moving through his body, like an impossible echo refusing to fade. The ease with which he had lost control disturbed him more than any enemy ever had. He was not like his father. He must not become like him. His father took whatever he desired, without considering consequences. Darach had always believed himself disciplined enough to master his own impulses. Until that morning. The guilt was not only because of desire. Eloan had answered him with such burning sincerity that for moments he forgot who she was.
Or who she was supposed to be. And though he would never say it aloud, he knew she had wanted him as much as he wanted her. Please, she insisted softly. Only an hour.
Darach lowered his gaze toward her face. Those blue-green eyes still held the clouded glow of the kiss. Her lips remained swollen pink, far too tempting. A strange ache tightened his chest.
He was going to yield. And not only because of remorse. You chose the wrong calling, sister.
She blinked in confusion.
What do you mean? You should have become the king's scribe. It took her several seconds to understand. And when she did, radiant joy transformed her face.
Darach thought with an absurd pang that he had never seen a more beautiful dawn over the Highlands.
Thank you, she whispered.
He immediately looked away.
That woman was dangerous. Not because she was a spy. Not because she lied. But because she was beginning to matter too much to him. And that had to end.
They would go to Ravensharde. Fulfill the mission. Then he would leave her in Greymere and return to war where everything was simpler, steel, blood and clear orders. Far easier than understanding what that false nun awakened inside him. Eirlys had been right. The detour to Ravensharde proved quick and silent. No one noticed them. She entered the castle, found the person the bishop required, and secured a contact capable of changing the course of the war. Everything happened in less than an hour.
She should have felt satisfied. Proud even.
But as she left Ravensharde beside Darach, victory tasted strangely bitter. The warmth between them had vanished. They rode toward Greymere wrapped in cold silence. Darach had withdrawn once more behind that distant severity she had known at the beginning. He barely spoke. Barely looked at her. And Eirlys understood the reason all too well. Every time she tried shifting slightly against him to ease the pain in her back, she felt him keeping his body rigid, avoiding touching her more than necessary.
That hurt more than it should have.
During the brief stops to drink or rest, Darach remained apart, silent, as though afraid of drawing too close. Several times Eirlys lowered her gaze to her hands, searching for words she could not find.
She had done the right thing. She knew it.
Telling him the truth would only have complicated matters further. And yet, seeing that distance in his eyes tightened her heart. The scent of the sea began creeping into the air when they finally reached Valmere Priory. Evening faded slowly over the hills. Blackbirds circled the old stone towers as though guarding ancient secrets. Darach knocked upon the gate. A monk appeared shortly afterward.
We have come to see His Excellency, Darach said. Tell him Sister Eloan has returned.
While they waited, he dismounted and helped Eirlys down. His hands barely brushed her waist. That careful distance felt worse than roughness. She nervously twisted the fabric of her dress.
Darach. He turned.
His face was a wall again.
Yes.
Eirlys searched for something to say. Something true.
Thank you.
The word emerged barely above a whisper. Thank you for protecting her. For following her. For kissing her as though she were something precious.
But none of that could be spoken aloud.
For one instant something warmer flickered in Darach's eyes. Only an instant. The monk returned then to lead them inside. They crossed the priory courtyard and entered a small chamber lit by candles. The stone still held winter's cold and smelled of wax, parchment and ancient smoke. The moment they were alone, Eirlys felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She did not know what Darach intended to tell the bishop. Winmere would not be pleased to hear about the encounter with English soldiers near Eirlys. "I would prefer to explain myself what happened in the forest," she said cautiously. Darach released a brief exhale.
"I imagined you would." She frowned. Even now he irritated her with ease. "Would you rather explain it yourself?"
Darach's grey eyes hardened. "You already used my guilt once to obtain what you wanted." Heat rose to Eirlys's cheeks.
"I do not intend to speak of the hiss."
The word lingered between them. Darach looked away briefly.
"What concerns me is your ease in turning danger into something insignificant." She lifted her chin. "I know how to take care of myself." "That is what all of you say before someone ends up hurt."
The irritation completely swept away the melancholy tremor she had felt throughout the journey.
There he was again.
The man convinced women should remain aside, while men decided the fate of the world.
"Leave fighting to men," he added.
"Stay away from danger, and you may tell the bishop whatever you please." Eirlys nearly answered in fury.
But she heard footsteps approaching down the corridor.
She inhaled slowly.
"Very well," she said. It was half a lie.
Men could continue fighting upon battlefields. She would continue waging war in her own way. Darach watched her, openly suspicious. Fortunately, the bishop appeared before he could press further. Winmere smiled warmly upon seeing her. The smile vanished the instant he recognized Darach.
"You arrive late," he said to the warrior. "They are searching for you."
Darach tensed immediately.
"Who?"
The bishop handed him a sealed parchment.
"You must leave at once."
Eirlys watched Darach unroll the letter and read it swiftly. Another surprise.
That supposedly rough soldier could read perfectly well. But she had no chance to ask anything.
Darach folded the parchment, turned toward her, and gave a slight inclination of his head.
"My lady."
Eirlys's heart lurched.
This was the end. They would probably never see one another again. That was for the best. Then why did she feel such absurd sadness? "Safe journey," she whispered. He hesitated briefly, as though he wished to say something more.
In the end, he merely murmured,
"Do not forget your promise."
And he left. The door closed behind him with a sharp sound. Eirlys remained motionless for several seconds.
She tried convincing herself she felt relief.
Darach Arduin was stubborn, overbearing and exasperating. A man made for war, and accustomed to believing he must protect every woman in the world.
He was not meant for her. She was better alone.
And yet, while the echo of his footsteps faded through the priory, the emptiness he left behind felt far too large.
Chapter 11. The return to Dun Ethan.
Darach had not believed her for even a single instant. He knew perfectly well Eirlys would continue throwing herself into danger, despite promising otherwise before the bishop. And yet he said nothing. He had already decided that when the opportunity came, he would speak with Aedan about the use of women as messengers.
But that matter would have to wait.
The message received at Valmere was urgent. Vaelin was in trouble. The guard had to get him out of England with his wife, before the English closed the net around them. Darach rode toward the northern coast beyond Greymere, and met his companions along the road to Thornwood Hall. They needed to reach the house where Arhane Vaelin was being held, and organize her escape. In the end, Vaelin required no help. The newest member of the guard proved worthy of his place among them. He managed to free his wife by blowing up a bridge behind her, and then carved his own path through English soldiers before disappearing into the mist. The journey back to Dun Ethan became a different sort of hell. Arianwen's pains began before they even reached the Vaelin. Darach would never forget those screams tearing through the wind and dark sea. For the first time he understood why men were kept away while women gave birth. Hearing that suffering without being able to do anything violated every instinct within him. And yet, Vaelin remained calm. Pale as death, yes, but steady. Darach watched him from the corner of his eye, wondering how he remained whole while the woman he loved fought between life and death only steps away. Eirlys's image entered his mind.
He shoved it away immediately. He did not want to think about her,
nor about the strange emptiness she had left behind. Until then he had never imagined a future wife. And it seemed a cruel joke of fate that such a thought had been born because of a false nun. Fortunately, Vaelin's son waited until they reached Dun Ethan safely before entering the world. Eirlys, the guard's healer called the White Lady, attended the birth. Both Arianwen and the child survived. 2 days later, Vaelin still wandered the castle wearing the dazed expression of a man who had returned alive from an impossible battle.
But the joy of birth was not the only thing stirring Dun Ethan.
Vaelin had brought important news regarding Edward of England's plans.
The truce would soon end.
War was drawing near again.
Like tides.
Like the ancient battle ravens that never fully abandoned the Highlands. The entire guard was already preparing for war. And yet, amid strategies, weapons and oaths, Darach continued thinking about Eirlys Vaelin.
Or Sister Arhane.
He no longer knew which woman truly haunted him. Several days later, he entered the great hall intending to request an audience with the king. The place seethed with voices, smoke and the scent of roasted meat. Warriors, servants and nobles filled the long tables, while winter's grey light filtered through the high windows. Darach moved through the crowd with his thoughts fixed on Aedan. Then he saw her.
He stopped dead.
A woman sat beside the king. Torchlight slid across her hair, blending shades of gold, copper and silver.
His heart struck hard against his chest.
That hair. For one absurd instant, he thought he was seeing Arhane. He approached slowly.
And realized it was not her.
It was Eirlys Vaelin, Vaelin's wife. Even so, the resemblance was unsettling. The same pale eyes. The same luminous skin. The same delicate curve of the mouth. They looked like reflections born from the same water. Then everything fell into place.
The bridge. The scars. The shifting accent.
The dagger. The false Italian nun. Darach felt fury surge through his body. Sister Arhane had never existed. She was Eirlys Vaelin, Arianwen's twin sister. King Aedan's former sister-in-law. And she had deceived him from the very beginning.
He clenched his fists.
Now he understood why she had seemed familiar. The dagger she carried was almost identical to the serpent's. And that sister-in-law she spoke of could only have been Roswyn Dragor. Rhuidean Vaelin. The name crossed his memory like an old wound. He had fought beside Eirlys's brother at Loch Caeldir. He had seen the Calderans behead him after the defeat. Darach's anger darkened further. Aedan knew Eirlys was alive.
And had said nothing.
He climbed the steps toward the king's table with a grim expression. Vaelin looked up after noticing the way Darach stared at Arianwen, but Darach barely noticed him. Aedan frowned.
What is wrong? I need to speak with you. The tone came out too harsh.
Darach immediately added.
My lord. I am dining. It is important.
Aedan studied him for several seconds before rising with visible displeasure. Torrin Maelor moved as though to follow them, but Darach shook his head.
Alone.
The king exhaled irritably, though he agreed. They entered a small chamber adjoining the great hall. Fire crackled softly in the hearth, while wind battered the shutters like an impatient beast. Aedan sat down.
Speak, Red Fox.
The king always used his war name when they were alone. Darach wasted no time. Did you know Eirlys Vaelin is alive and working for Winmere? Aedan did not react. That alone was answer enough.
Lady Eirlys disappeared years ago, the king said calmly. What makes you think otherwise?
Darach braced both hands against the table. I escorted her to Greymere after English soldiers attempted to attack her near Eirlys. Something dark crossed Aedan's eyes at those words. But he quickly regained his usual composure.
Did she tell you who she was?
Darach remembered the taste of her lips, the warmth of her body beneath his hands. And guilt burned within him once more.
I know that supposed Italian sister concealed her identity, he answered harshly. What I do not understand is how you allowed her to take such risks.
Aedan slowly lifted his gaze.
What's your words?
Silence fell between them. Darach inhaled deeply. He could not afford to make an enemy of the king. Not after everything the Arduins had lost.
Forgive me, my lord.
Aedan studied him for a long moment before speaking. If you met Eirlys, then you should already understand that no one can force her to do anything she does not wish to do.
That certainly was true.
The king continued. We believed she died after attempting to rescue Arhane. I did not know she still lived until a year ago, when she returned from Italy. Italy. That explained why she spoke the language so fluently. Aedan allowed himself a faint smile tinged with admiration.
She was incredibly brave.
She crossed half of Scotland by sea, secured men from Roswyn Dragor, and entered England alone to rescue her sister.
She nearly succeeded.
Darach clenched his jaw. The story inspired no admiration in him. Only anger.
She fears nothing, he said. No, Aedan admitted. That is precisely the problem.
Darach then explained what happened near Eirlys, the English soldiers, the attack, the way Eirlys protected the other girl, and how she refused to accept help. Aedan let out a short laugh.
I imagine she argued with you the entire journey. More or less. When she was young, she did exactly the same thing.
One ended up feeling guilty, even when she was the one causing the problem. Darach had no interest in Eirlys's youthful mischief. He only wanted to understand why she continued risking her life.
The English are tightening the border, he said. It grows more dangerous for your messengers every day. Especially the women.
Aedan immediately understood the implication.
We will not win this war without them.
Darach frowned.
They should not expose themselves like that. And what do you propose?
Aedan asked.
Lock them away while men decide their fate for them.
Darach opened his mouth and closed it again. The king continued in a graver voice. Brielle endured years of captivity for helping me. My wife, my sisters and my daughter remain prisoners because of my cause. Do you think I do not think of that every day? Guilt hardened Darach's expression. Aedan looked toward the fire.
Sometimes we cannot protect those we love.
The words lingered in the air like smoke. Then the king spoke again. Nevertheless, your concerns regarding Eirlys are reasonable. I intend to bring her back as soon as I find someone to replace her. Relief pierced through Darach before he could stop it. Aedan noticed. Arhane still does not know her sister lives, he added.
We believed it safer that way.
Darach nodded slowly.
She will be glad.
Aedan let out a brief laugh.
First she will attempt to kill me. Then he added. Though I hope to soften her anger with a wedding.
Darach frowned.
What wedding?
Eirlys's. His entire body tensed.
She is to marry.
The blow landed hard. Brutally. Ronan Strathern. The heir to the family to whom Darach owed nearly everything. Reality crashed over him like a door slamming shut. He had never had any right to Eirlys Vaelin. Not even before learning who she truly was. She belonged to another world, noble blood alliances, politics, ancient lineages. He was only a Highland clan chief, trying to restore honor to a cursed name. Aedan continued speaking, but Darach barely heard him. He saw only Eirlys's face.
Her smile. Her defiant gaze. The way she had spoken his name beside the river.
For one absurd instant, he imagined speaking with Ronan. Convincing him to abandon the marriage.
The thought died almost as soon as it was born. It was impossible. Even if Eirlys had not been a noble lady. Even if she were not promised. Even if she did not drive him entirely mad.
She remained dangerous. A storm disguised as a woman. And Darach needed to remember once and for all that storms were not meant for men like him. Chapter 12. Ravensharde. Scottish border, autumn 1311. Eirlys turned sharply. A strange sensation had brushed the back of her neck, light and cold as the touch of a shadow slipping between trees. She studied the crowd filling the market.
Nothing.
No one seemed to be paying her any attention.
Surely it was only the heat.
Autumn had arrived unusually mild that year, and the sun beat heavily over Ravensharde. Beneath the thick black habit, Eirlys could feel dampness clinging to her skin, and at times the air seemed too thin to breathe. She waited for the castle ladies, delayed once again. Meanwhile she tended the convent's small stall, and answered in French or Latin whenever someone approached to admire the embroidery. Knowing few local languages had its advantages. Conversations never lasted long.
And while pretending not to understand English, she could hear everything others said.
As always they spoke of war. Another English convoy vanished, a merchant murmured behind her. Without lifting her gaze, Eirlys listened more closely.
Aedan's ghosts.
Another man asked quietly.
Who else?
They rise from the mist like ancient spirits. They attack and disappear before anyone can follow their trail. The man crossed himself.
Some say their swords were forged by northern demons.
Eirlys suppressed a smile. The stories surrounding Aedan's warriors grew with every telling. In the border taverns they no longer sounded like men, but creatures born from mist and war itself. To some they were murderers. To others, heroes. Like every Celtic legend, truth had begun blending with fear and longing. Eirlys knew part of the truth.
There was no magic.
Only information. Messages. Secret roads.
And extraordinarily skilled men.
Over the past months, she had become the most important link between Aedan and a hidden source within the enemy camp. Very few people knew that source existed. Not even Winmere knew every detail.
On the first Saturday of every month, Sister Eloin came to Ravensharde market, carrying embroidery made by the convent sisters.
The castle ladies adored those delicate works and always stopped at her stall. Sometimes among the bags and folded cloth, a small message appeared.
And shortly afterward, Aedan's ghost struck again.
Aedan is a coward, the merchant continued.
He hides in the woods like a wounded wolf and sends others to fight for him.
Eirlys did not share that opinion. King Aedan was no coward. He had simply understood something many nobles still refused to accept: war was changing. The old glorious charges were no longer enough. Sometimes surviving mattered more than appearing honorable. Aedan waited. War enemies down. Struck where they least expected.
And he was winning.
Eirlys sighed softly.
She wished it would end soon.
She wished Scotland could stop bleeding.
But deep down she knew war was still hungry.
The murmur of the market continued swelling around her while sunlight climbed over Ravenshade's towers.
The heat became unbearable.
Eirlys discreetly wiped sweat from her brow, and felt an absurd irritation at the weight of the veil covering her hair. Before, it had never bothered her. Now it did.
And she knew perfectly well why.
Darach Arduin. Ever since that kiss beside the forest, dressing as a religious woman had begun to feel like too heavy a lie. Her thoughts no longer belonged to a woman destined for the convent.
Her dreams even less so.
Sometimes she woke remembering the heat of his hands, the gravity of his voice, the way he had looked at her before kissing her.
And that infuriated her.
Because Darach represented exactly the kind of man she had always wished to avoid: protective, stubborn, convinced women should remain safely behind walls while men ruled the world.
Then why did she keep thinking about him?
Why did lying to him hurt?
She shook her head faintly. It did not matter.
By now he had surely forgotten her.
And she had more important things to do.
Aedan needed that network of messages. He needed her work.
That was real. Not a stolen kiss beneath the rain.
Another chill crawled along the back of her neck. Eirlys turned again. This time her eyes settled upon a man within the crowd. A soldier. Nothing about him especially stood out, and perhaps that was precisely why he unsettled her.
She looked away. At last, the castle ladies were descending the hill.
Their gowns gleamed amid the grey crowd like exotic birds escaped from another world. For one instant nostalgia pierced her.
There had been a time when she too wore French silk and delicate jewels.
She had driven her father to despair by spending fortunes on dresses. Now, she lowered her gaze toward the rough black wool of her habit.
It looked like a sack. And the worst part was that it was beginning to matter to her.
Immediately she scolded herself. All of this was Darach's fault. Again. The ladies had almost reached her when someone approached from behind. "Do not turn around," a male voice whispered in French.
"You are being watched."
Ice flooded Eirlys's veins.
Out of the corner of her eye, she recognized Brother Lorcan, one of the monks from the Brotherhood of St. Elson.
She had seen him many times at the market, though she had never paid him real attention.
Perhaps that was his greatest gift. He was ordinary.
Invisible.
The perfect sort of messenger.
Without pausing, the monk kept walking, as though he had barely spoken to her. Eirlys's heartbeat quickened.
If someone was watching the market, she could not risk contacting her source. And the ladies were nearly there. She needed to distract them.
Quickly.
Suddenly she had an idea.
She began nervously shuffling the fabrics at the stall, and exclaimed loudly in French.
"That cannot be."
Several people turned toward her.
"What is wrong, Sister Eloin?"
Another nun asked. Eirlys widened her eyes.
"The Reverend Mother's embroidered bag, it has disappeared."
She pronounced the word disappeared, loudly enough for everyone to hear.
The effect was immediate.
People began gathering around.
"What did it look like?" one nun asked. "It had a virgin embroidered in gold thread." "When did you last see it?"
Eirlys shook her head with distressed uncertainty.
"I do not know."
A murmur of outrage spread through the small crowd.
"We should call the guards," said a monk.
Out of the corner of her eye, Eirlys saw the castle ladies discreetly redirected toward another street. Good. Her contact had understood the warning.
"It would do no good," she replied. "The thief must already be far away." "What is happening here?"
The voice sounded behind her. And Eirlys sensed danger before she even turned.
A high-ranking priest. The richness of his cloak made that clear. But it was not that which alarmed her. It was his eyes.
Cold. inquisitive, cruel. For one instant she felt the man studying her, the way a crow watches a wounded animal upon snow.
He had spoken in French.
She could not pretend not to understand. A bag from the convent was stolen, father. Indeed. The man watched her carefully.
How strange that no one saw the thief.
Eirlys held his gaze with practiced innocence.
Perhaps you saw something. I thought I noticed you watching this direction earlier. The priest's expression hardened. I was not looking at you. No. She tilted her head slightly. Then I must have been mistaken. He stepped closer. Where are you from?
Before Eirlys could answer, Sister Iseldra intervened. Sister Vaelin is Italian, Father Leofric. She lives at St. Caelia Priory.
The priest's eyes sharpened instantly. And when he spoke in flawless Latin, Eirlys's pulse quickened even further.
St. Caelia near Graymere, correct?
Yes, Father. She needed to leave immediately.
That identity had just become dangerous.
I shall return to Italy soon, she added softly.
Father Leofric smiled faintly.
But there was no kindness in that smile.
Eirlys began to think she had made a terrible mistake. Sister Iseldra took her hand to comfort her over the supposedly stolen bag. Eirlys thought the matter had ended.
Then the priest spoke again. And the world seemed to stop.
Before I leave, he said calmly, I would like to see the message you just removed from the pouch tied at your waist and hid beneath your scapula.
Chapter 13.
Dun Ethan Castle, late autumn 1311.
What do you mean no one knows where she is?
Darach's voice rang through the chamber with such hardness that the air itself seemed to waver. Vaelin intervened before the king could answer, likely sparing Darach an immediate reprimand.
No one has seen Eirlys since Michaelmas, he explained. She left for Ravensharde and never returned. That did not calm Darach. Quite the opposite.
He felt anger rise slowly through his chest, dark and cold as a winter tide.
She has been missing for over a month, and no one went looking for her.
Once again, he had forgotten whom he was speaking to. Fortunately for him, Arhane spoke before Aedan could react.
That is exactly what I would like to know.
Eirlys's twin sister stepped forward until she stood before the king.
Her pale eyes shone with restrained fury.
Ever since learning Eirlys was alive, she had not stopped insisting they bring her home.
You said she had only a few missions left before returning.
Aedan sighed. Around women, he always lost part of the legendary firmness he displayed in war. And with Arhane Vaelin, whom he had once loved like a sister, it was even more obvious.
Until recently we had no reason for concern, he answered.
Eirlys often delays. Sometimes she disappears for weeks. Darach immediately sensed the king was hiding something. Arhane sensed it too.
But she always sends word, does she not?
Aedan avoided looking directly at her. We cannot keep watch over all our messengers. Arhane paled.
You left her alone.
Emotion barely cracked her voice.
She is our sister.
Vaelin gently wrapped an arm around her.
Everything will be well, Mokri.
Such displays of affection no longer unsettled Darach the way they once had. Over the past weeks, he had spent considerable time with Arhane. Speaking with her came strangely easily, just as it had with Eirlys. Though it was not the same. Arhane possessed the same luminous beauty, the same clear gaze, the same vivid intelligence.
But she did not set the world ablaze around her.
She did not turn every silence dangerous. One glance from her was not enough to tighten his body like an inexperienced boy's. When Arhane discovered he had traveled with Eirlys, she questioned him for hours. Perhaps that was why every detail of those days remained so vivid in his memory. Too vivid. Aedan cleared his throat.
I will send my best tracker. The red fox will find her.
Darach nearly refused.
That would have been the wisest choice.
Searching for Eirlys meant seeing her again, remembering what he had decided to forget.
But then Arhane lifted her eyes toward him.
Hope. Fear.
And that silent trust which reminded him far too much of her sister. "Will you go?" she asked.
Darach nodded slowly.
"I leave at dawn. Then I shall go with you."
Silence dropped across the chamber like a stone falling into still water. Aedan closed his eyes briefly. Vaelin looked ready to begin a war on the spot. Maelor studied everyone with resignation. Darach merely felt his headache worsen. Vaelin reacted first. "Arhane, you know that would be dangerous."
"It is dangerous for all of you as well."
She lifted her chin with the same stubbornness as Eirlys. A couple traveling together would attract less suspicion than 4 warriors. Vaelin clenched his jaw so tightly Darach thought he heard his teeth grind.
"I will not leave you alone with Arduin."
Arhane made an exasperated gesture.
"Then come with us." "Yes."
The sisters truly were alike. But if Arhane had managed to silence her husband, she would not do the same with Darach.
"I will travel faster alone, my lady," he said bluntly. "If you accompany me, you will slow me down."
Arhane's eyes widened in surprise. Then guilt replaced indignation.
"I do not wish to become a burden." "Then allow me to do my work."
Vaelin looked at Darach, as though he had just performed an impossible miracle. In the end, it was decided that Vaelin and Brannock would accompany Darach and King Aedan as far as the border. The English had returned to Greymere for winter, but the hunt for Aedan's ghosts continued. More fiercely than ever. Stories about them spread like ancient songs carried beside hearth fires. Some claimed they could pass through mist without leaving tracks. Others swore they knew English movements before they even occurred.
It was not magic. It was information.
A secret network functioning with remarkable precision. And according to Aedan, Eirlys had become one of the most important pieces within that network. That troubled Darach even more. They would leave at dawn. When Arhane departed with Vaelin, the latter cast Darach a meaningful look.
They would speak later.
Both knew the king was still hiding something. The moment the door closed, Darach spoke directly.
"What else is happening?"
Aedan remained silent for several seconds. Then Darach felt something strange. Fear.
Not for himself.
For Eirlys.
"Several weeks ago, one of our messengers was found dead," the king finally said.
Darach's entire body tightened.
What connection did he have to her? Very little.
He was our usual contact in Ravensharde, before Eirlys began working there. Darach cursed silently.
What exactly was she doing in Ravensharde?
Aedan hesitated before answering. Selling embroidery at the market, and collecting messages from a source inside the castle. The image of Eirlys beneath autumn sunlight, pretending to be a religious woman while walking among spies and English soldiers, crossed Darach's mind.
He felt anger.
And admiration. A dangerous combination.
"Do you think she was discovered?" "It is possible." "And your source?"
Aedan shook his head firmly.
"Safe."
That answer came too quickly. Too confidently. Darach watched him closely.
Was she betrayed?
The king held his gaze.
No. How can you be so certain?
Aedan's expression hardened.
Because I am. That did not reassure Darach in the slightest.
Aedan slowly passed a hand over his beard.
Find her.
The order sounded more weary than commanding.
And bring her back.
Darach inclined his head.
It shall be done, my lord.
The king observed him for several seconds. Then he spoke again, this time with strange calm.
I hope this mission will not prove complicated for you.
Darach frowned.
What do you mean?
Aedan gave the faintest hint of a smile.
My former sisters-in-law are beautiful women. But Eirlys already has a future arranged.
Ronan Strathern. The name remained unspoken, but both thought of it. Darach's jaw hardened.
I know.
And he wished he could forget it. Aedan nodded slowly.
Good.
Darach had already reached the door when the king's voice stopped him again.
And one more thing. He turned slightly.
Aedan now smiled with genuine amusement.
When you find Eirlys, try not to tell her yet that I have chosen a husband for her.
Darach arched a brow.
Why?
The king's quiet laughter filled the room.
Because she would probably disappear again.
Darach managed the shadow of a smile.
But the moment he stepped outside the chamber, the expression vanished.
He would find Eirlys.
Even if he had to follow her trail to the very end of the Highlands. And then he would bring her back.
Back to the man she was meant to marry.
Even if it shattered his heart. Chapter 14.
Windermere Priory, Scottish Borders, winter 1311. Eirlys was beginning to tire of hiding. Prudence had never been one of her virtues, and she remained convinced no one would connect Sister Eirlys, the Italian nun, with Rhiannon, the young English widow now living among the Cistercian sisters of Windermere. She could not change her face.
But she had changed everything else.
Her name. Her voice. The color of her veil.
Even the way she walked.
Still, time was beginning to weigh heavily upon her. Brother Lorcan had promised he would return as soon as the danger passed.
And he had not returned.
When she first arrived at the priory, the trees still held golden leaves and the air smelled of damp earth. Now December covered the fields in grey silent light. Everything had begun the day of the market. The memory of Father Leofric still tightened her body. That afternoon she had believed everything was over. She had no choice but to remove the small parchment hidden beneath her scapula when the priest demanded to see it.
That, she had said with a smile. It is not a letter. It is a list.
The man's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
What sort of list?
Eirlys silently blessed the idea she had conceived months earlier, disguising messages as ordinary merchant inventories. While the priest unfolded the parchment, she somehow remained calm. Or at least pretended to. As you can see, these are items I must obtain during my next journey. She prayed he could not hear her heartbeat.
The priest read slowly. Over tunics.
Bags.
He looked up. Only 2 things.
Men and horses.
That was what Aedan truly asked.
Eirlys inclined her head with practiced innocence.
They are the only things I still lack. Then she sighed sadly. That is why the loss of the embroidered bag pains me so greatly.
The Reverend Mother spent half a year finishing it.
It would have helped the poor immensely. The priest did not allow himself to be distracted.
You require a written reminder for 2 words.
I am very forgetful, Father.
She lowered her eyes like an embarrassed novice.
Please help me.
It was Sister Iseldra who ultimately saved her. The elderly nun drew herself up before the priest like an ancient oak, standing against a storm.
Why are you interrogating the sister like this? She has done nothing wrong.
Father Leofric flushed with irritation.
And just then a guard appeared, drawn by the commotion. The priest had no choice but to return the parchment.
But Eirlys understood immediately, she was no longer safe in Ravensharde. Brother Lorcan insisted so strongly on hiding her for a time, that she finally agreed. He spoke to her of Father Leofric, of his obsession with uncovering traitors within the clergy, and of the ambition consuming him.
And so Sister Eirlys vanished.
And Rhiannon was born. a young widow from Cernwaith who prayed silently and spoke very little. Eirlys entrusted Brother Lorcan with a message for Winmere, explaining the change of identity, and afterward she waited. And waited. Time passed slowly within the priory walls.
She read, prayed, tried to learn patience, though it had never been among her virtues.
The sisters bought her candied nuts whenever they visited the village, and Eirlys had begun suspecting she would become a squirrel before the mission ended. The worst part was being unable to contact her informant within the castle.
Until she found a solution. If she could not go near Ravensharde, then she would make Ravensharde come to her.
The sisters frequently visited St. Elira's Hospital, located along the old Abbey Road. There they cared for the sick pilgrims and beggars. The castle ladies also came there to distribute alms. Perfect. For 2 weeks, Eirlys accompanied the sisters each morning.
And she discovered something unexpected. She liked caring for the sick.
While other sisters avoided the lazaretto where the lepers lived, Eirlys began bringing them bread and salted meat. Those men and women cast aside by the world reminded her of old Celtic tales about souls lost within the mist, forgotten even by their own clans.
Yet they still possessed dignity
and gratitude.
On St. Andrew's Day, at the beginning of Advent, her patience was finally rewarded.
Her contact appeared at the hospital at last. The meeting was brief. Dangerously brief. But it was enough to deliver important news. Something significant was being prepared, and he hoped to learn more before St. Finian's Day. For the first time in weeks, Eirlys returned to the priory relieved. The next morning December's cold air had cleared the sky, and the hills breathed with that ancient stillness preceding winter. She had just left the last hut of the lazaretto, when she sensed a presence behind her. Too late.
A hand covered her mouth, and someone dragged her behind one of the cottages.
Fear shot through her chest.
She saw a green sleeve.
A leper's cloak. The man held her firmly against him. Hard. Unmoving. And warm. He smelled of wet leather, forest and pine resin. Then a voice murmured beside her ear in Gaelic.
It seems you have forgotten your promise to stay away from danger, Lady Eirlys.
Eirlys's heart lurched violently. Darach.
It was Darach.
The fear vanished so quickly her knees nearly failed her.
And then she realized something else. He had called her Eirlys. Not sister. Not Sister Eloin.
Eirlys. Darach released her the instant they stood hidden behind the final hut.
He turned her toward him. And for a moment, he forgot how to breathe. He had spent weeks searching for her.
Weeks imagining empty roads, English prisons, even a corpse abandoned beside some roadside ditch.
And there she stood.
Alive. Far too beautiful.
Her cheeks flushed pink from cold. Her pale eyes full of life.
Her hair hidden beneath the white veil of a novice.
It seemed impossible that this woman had caused him such relentless unrest.
The mission had been disastrous from the start. No sooner had he landed near Blackthorndale than he and his men encountered an English patrol. After that came more ambushes, pursuits and injuries. The arrow lodged in his thigh still pained him whenever he walked. And yet that had not been the worst part. The worst part had been failing to find Eirlys. They followed every rumour from Ravensharde to Greymere. Every path. Every monastery. Every inn. The trail grew cold so quickly that Darach began fearing what he refused even to name aloud. Then he remembered the candied nuts. That absurd weakness had led him all the way to Wintermere. He could still feel the brutal relief that pierced him when he saw her leaving the priory beneath winter's grey light. And then came the anger. How could she seem so calm while everyone searched for her? He noticed the precise instant Eirlys understood what he had said in Gaelic. Alarm flickered briefly in her eyes.
But she recovered immediately. She always did.
Her gaze swept over him.
You are missing the little bell for begging alms. I did not have time to acquire one. Steal one. Borrow one.
She almost smiled. Darach took the opportunity to study her as well. The white veil did not make her look more innocent.
Are you not somewhat old to be a novice?
Eirlys widened her eyes.
I am not old.
Indignation brought a delightful spark into her gaze.
Besides, I am a widow.
Darach arched a brow.
And who was the unfortunate husband?
She narrowed her eyes, uncertain whether to feel offended.
Even he did not entirely know what he had meant by that.
An English soldier, she finally answered.
He died in the war. Then she added, I am 27. Younger than you.
Darach could not suppress a small smile.
30.
She nodded with satisfaction, as though she had won an invisible argument.
Then she looked at him more closely. What are you doing here? Have you brought news?
That alone restored his irritation. He had spent weeks searching for her, while she seemed to be living peacefully among nuns and sick beggars.
Yes. I have a message.
He caught her arm before thinking too carefully. Mistake. The warmth of her body shattered his defenses instantly.
Where in God's name have you been? He growled. We have gone over a month without word from you.
Eirlys blinked in surprise.
Worried. But I sent a message.
Darach felt part of his anger collapse.
Through a monk. She nodded.
Then he understood. Brother Lorcan. Eirlys saw the shift in his expression.
And fear slowly returned to her eyes. What happened?
Darach did not soften the truth.
They found him dead near the Greymere Road.
A small strangled sound escaped her.
Her eyes filled with tears. And despite all his anger, Darach felt a fierce urge to pull her into his arms. He did not.
He forced himself to remain still. After a long silence, Eirlys whispered,
Thank you for coming to find me.
Real sadness filled her voice. And guilt.
I never meant to worry anyone.
Darach clenched his jaw.
We possess very different ideas regarding what it means to be safe. She frowned. I was not in danger. A priest nearly uncovered your identity. He only asked questions.
Darach curled his hands into fists. Impossible to argue with that woman. Eirlys studied him for several seconds before asking, How did you find me? He had no intention of explaining the weeks wasted following the trail of candied nuts. Among all your lies there was one truth. She paled slightly. For one moment, Darach thought she expected more personal accusations. About the kiss.
About the lies.
About what had happened between them.
But he could not allow himself onto that path. Not again. He stepped back.
He needed distance.
The nuts, he said finally. You said you loved them.
Surprise softened Eirlys's face. And that expression nearly destroyed the last of his judgment. So he forced himself straight to the point.
We must leave. She tensed. Where? I am taking you back to the Highlands.
Eirlys immediately shook her head.
I have not finished here. I am not asking your opinion, Lady Eirlys.
Distrust returned to her eyes. Good. Better that way.
You cannot order me about. Those are the king's orders. She hesitated. Why does Aedan want me back? Ask him yourself.
Darach would rather die than mention Ronan Strathern. Eirlys bit her lower lip. Darach closed his eyes briefly. For the love of God.
Stop doing that, he muttered. She blinked. Doing what?
He cursed silently. They had been together only minutes, and already he was losing control again.
"We need to leave," he repeated harshly.
But Eirlys lifted her chin with that stubbornness of hers that drove him mad.
"There is something important I still must finish."
"Aedan will understand." Darach gave a short dry laugh.
"Then you shall have no difficulty convincing him yourself." He looked at her steadily. "After all, you appear to possess extraordinary talent for convincing stubborn men."
Eirlys never resisted a challenge. She narrowed her eyes, understanding perfectly what he was trying to do.
"Of course I could convince him," she replied. "But that would take time. And I already told you I must remain here."
She rested one hand against his arm. Darach's entire body tightened instantly.
They stood far too close.
Even beneath coarse wool and the green cloak of his disguise, he could feel her warmth.
That simple touch alone opened a dangerous crack in the wall he had spent days building between them. What difference would 1 or 2 more weeks make?
Eirlys insisted softly.
"Tell him I will return as soon as I can."
Her voice carried something warm and persuasive, like the slow music of a harp beside the fire. Darach inclined his head slightly toward her. He inhaled the faint scent of her skin.
And for one instant, he nearly yielded.
Again. But he regained his senses before committing another stupidity.
He stepped back slightly. "No.
We leave today." Eirlys inhaled deeply, restraining her anger. He saw it in the tension of her shoulders.
"I know you follow orders," she said. "But if you return later, do not attempt to change my mind. It will not work." She glared at him. "Are you always this stubborn?"
The irritation in her voice nearly drew a smile from him.
But Darach did not wish to give her too much confidence.
If Eirlys decided to flee again, he was not certain he could endure it.
"We have a ship waiting in Eildor," he explained.
"If the king permits your return afterward, you could come back in roughly 10 days.
She hesitated.
Hope slowly appeared in her pale eyes.
10 days. More or less.
Eirlys lowered her gaze briefly, calculating.
"I must be here for St. Finian's Day."
Cold wind swept through the lazaretto courtyard, stirring their cloaks while a distant hospital bell rang somewhere nearby. Darach merely shrugged slightly. Possible. Or perhaps not. He had no intention of telling her that once they reached Dun Ethan, the matter would no longer depend upon him,
but upon Aedan.
And Ronan Strathern. The name pierced his chest like a poorly sheathed blade.
He clenched his jaw.
Keep your distance. Fulfill your duty. Do not complicate matters.
That was enough. It had to be enough.
Eirlys watched him too carefully.
"You are hiding something."
Darach held her gaze. For a moment the world seemed reduced to that hidden corner among the sick huts, to damp smoke rising into the grey sky, and to the distant murmur of prayers.
"My duty is to bring you before the king," he said at last. "What happens afterward will depend on you."
Eirlys's expression hardened slightly. "Aedan cannot force me."
"You are not defying me, Lady Eirlys."
"You are defying him." Then a voice called from the priory.
"Rhiannon." She turned toward the building. "They are looking for me."
She took a step to leave, but Darach gently caught her arm.
The touch was brief.
And yet both stopped breathing for an instant.
"Then decide," he murmured. "Will you come with me?"
"Rhiannon." She pressed her lips together, irritated by the mocking tone.
"You do not leave me many choices." She sighed. "Very well.
I will go with you.
But I cannot disappear without explanation."
"Give me 1 hour. Then come to the priory and claim you are my brother." Darach arched a brow.
"Your brother?"
"A distant relation, if that better suits your Highland pride."
The answer nearly made him laugh. I shall say a family emergency forces me to return to my clan, she added. He nodded.
In any case, they could not leave before nightfall. Eirlys began walking away.
I am coming, sister, she called toward the priory. But before she could disappear entirely, Darach called after her again.
Eirlys.
She stopped.
The wind lifted the edge of her white veil slightly. For one instant she resembled one of those ancient women from Gaelic legends, creatures born from mist who vanished at dawn.
She looked at him silently.
Waiting.
Perhaps he was waiting too.
For an apology. An explanation. Another truth.
But no words came.
Because if he spoke too much, he would say what he must not.
That he had thought of her every day. That finding her alive had returned breath to his lungs. That kissing her remained the most dangerous memory of the entire war.
So instead he only said,
"Do not force me to chase after you again."
The gazes remained locked for a long moment. And Eirlys understood he was not speaking only of this mission.
At last she nodded slowly.
Then she turned and disappeared through the priory doors, leaving behind only the faint scent of winter rain, and something Darach was beginning to fear more than any battle.
Chapter 15.
The road to Eildor. Eirlys was boiling with frustration.
Leaving now was a mistake.
What if she returned too late? What if her contact finally obtained important information and failed to find her?
If only Darach would listen.
But arguing with him was like trying to bend iron with bare hands or move a sacred stone buried centuries ago.
She had never met a man so stubborn. And to think she had spent months remembering him.
Months.
She felt absurdly foolish.
In her memories, or rather in those waking dreams that returned each night, she had forgotten how inflexible Darach Arduin could be. How had she ever imagined anything could exist between them?
He was rigid,
relentless, incapable of yielding.
And what did it matter that a single kiss had been enough to unsettle her completely?
Or that seeing him again had made her knees weak, like some girl far too young standing before her first night? She could never love a man so unwilling to understand her. And yet, arguing with him carried something dangerously alive within it. As she climbed the hill beside the other sisters toward the priory, Eirlys continued muttering under her breath.
Of course he had not come for her.
What foolishness to expect otherwise. He was only obeying the king's orders. He had probably already forgotten the kiss in the forest.
Perhaps he did not even care that she had never truly been a nun.
She pressed her lips tightly together.
He was not a man for her. In truth, no man was.
Had she not chosen to devote her life to God?
Yes.
Then how had Darach managed to shake that certainty so easily?
Is something wrong, Rhiannon? It took Eirlys a moment to realize Nerys was speaking to her.
She lifted her head and smiled at the young novice.
Nothing.
Why do you ask? Nerys watched her curiously. Her enormous dark eyes reminded Eirlys of Sister Vaelin.
You were talking to yourself. I thought I heard stubborn Highlander.
Heat rushed into Eirlys's cheeks.
I was thinking about my brother, she improvised. He will come for me soon.
Bad news has arrived from Cernwaith. My mother is ill. The genuine sadness in Nerys's face pierced Eirlys with guilt. Lying had become far too much a part of her life.
I am very sorry, the girl whispered. Can I help you somehow?
Eirlys nearly refused. Then an idea crossed her mind. If anyone asks for me at the hospital, tell them I shall return soon. Nerys nodded solemnly.
They will miss you.
I will too. Eirlys's heart tightened softly.
She needed to stop growing attached to people. Attachments were dangerous. They always became wounds in the end.
The abbess accepted her story without questions. Brother Lorcan had spoken of her before dying. Eirlys suspected the elderly woman understood far more than she pretended. When Darach returned to the priory an hour later, she was already prepared. Thank heaven, he had abandoned the leper disguise. Now he dressed as an ordinary border farmer.
Though nothing about him seemed ordinary.
He greeted her with little more than a grunt, took her bag, and immediately started down the path with those long strides that forced Eirlys practically to chase him. She felt relief when she saw 2 horses waiting among the trees.
She did not wish to share a saddle with him again.
Certainly not.
Of course, she no longer remembered the warmth of his chest against her back, nor his arms around her,
nor the way desire seemed to awaken whenever he drew too close. Certainly not. Darach studied the surroundings before helping her mount. Only a few sisters worked in the garden and a boy fished beside the river, yet he remained alert, like a wolf sensing movement within mist.
Perhaps that was normal, in a man accustomed to war. Even so, he seemed restless.
Eirlys was about to comment upon it, when he caught her by the waist to lift her.
The contact stole her breath.
Holy heaven! She had forgotten his strength. He lifted her with humiliating ease, as though she weighed no more than a child. Instinctively Eirlys clutched his forearm, and heat rushed through her entire body. Exactly like before.
She had imagined nothing.
Touching him alone was enough to rob her of clear thought. She raised her eyes toward him.
But Darach remained severe, jaw tense, mouth hardened into that distant expression she was beginning to hate.
He deposited her upon the saddle, with very little gentleness.
Ow!
She rubbed her side indignantly.
That hurt. He did not even look apologetic.
He looked at her as though it was somehow her fault. Slowly, Eirlys arched a brow.
I see your manners have worsened since the last time.
Darach performed an exaggerated bow of his head.
Forgive me, my lady.
I forgot your exalted lineage.
She bit the inside of her cheek. Of course.
He was still angry about her lies.
And that hurt more than she expected. She thought he would argue,
raise his voice.
But Darach merely mounted his horse, and continued onward.
The silence between them thickened steadily as they rode. Eirlys glanced sideways at the horses. Those animals looked more suited for pulling plows than traveling all the way to Eildor. Did you steal the horses along with those clothes? She finally asked.
He shot her a dark look. You did not give me time to obtain better ones, my lady.
I thought a farmer more suitable than a leper or an armed warrior. The way he pronounced my lady was beginning to irritate her deeply.
Stop calling me that.
Darach's grey eyes flashed briefly.
And how would you prefer I address you?
Sister Aloin. Rhiannon.
She held his gaze.
Eirlys. You know perfectly well what my name is. His expression hardened.
Oh, I have not forgotten.
The words lingered between them like a warning. They continued riding.
But something began unsettling Eirlys. They were traveling south. I thought we were trying to move away from England, she said with a frown. Why are we still following this road? I want to make certain no one is following us. Who would follow us? He did not answer.
Eirlys was beginning to grow accustomed to those stubborn silences. Still, she observed enough to realize Darach was erasing their trail. Sometimes he left the road entirely to ride over rocky ground. Other times he circled the horses repeatedly near a crossroads before changing direction. Like a fox avoiding tracks in snow. Unease slowly grew inside her. Do you truly believe someone pursues us?
I do not know. But we shall continue south a little farther before meeting the others.
Eirlys turned sharply.
The others.
Did you believe I came alone?
There was something almost offensive in his tone.
Aedan sent 4 men to find you, including your new brother-in-law. Eirlys's heart stumbled.
Arianwen's husband.
Winmere had told her her sister was safe in Scotland. Knowing she was happy had been a quiet comfort through those months.
But seeing her again, that also awakened fear.
Because Arianwen had suffered because of her.
The failed escape.
The imprisonment.
The loss of her child.
And Ridian.
Her throat tightened instantly.
Darach must have noticed the change in her face because when he spoke again his voice softened.
Yes.
Malric Ravarin. Eirlys swallowed hard.
Is Arianwen happy?
Warmth flickered through Darach's eyes. The same tenderness she had seen only once before beside the river.
Yes, he answered. Very.
Eirlys looked away.
I am glad.
No one deserves it more. For a moment it seemed Darach might say something else.
But once again he remained silent. And she felt absurdly disappointed.
Hours later they left the main road and stopped beside a small lake hidden among bare trees. The dark water reflected the grey winter sky like an ancient mirror. Eirlys climbed down from her horse to ease the ache in her legs. The air smelled of damp earth and dead leaves. The afternoon was already fading. Darach approached slowly.
We travel by night. She looked at him in surprise. Is that not dangerous? He held her gaze for a moment. I thought you enjoyed danger.
Eirlys exhaled sharply. She could no longer endure those barbed remarks.
I know you are angry with me.
Why not finally say what truly troubles you? Perhaps then he would stop behaving like a stranger. Because that distance was beginning to hurt too much. Darach watched her silently. His anger had been building for days like fire buried beneath peat. Angry, he repeated softly.
Why would I be angry?
Because you allowed me to kiss you, while making me believe I was committing a sin.
Or because you promised to stay away from war.
Eirlys stiffened.
That is not what I promised. She lifted her chin. I said I would leave battles to men. And I have.
That finally shattered what remained of Darach's patience.
He stepped toward her. Do not play with words, Eirlys.
You know perfectly well what I mean.
The harshness in his voice would have intimidated almost anyone. But not her. You have no right to decide what I do with my life.
Wind stirred among the trees. Darach moved another step closer. Too close. Anger burned through his blood.
But beneath it lay something worse. Something darker and deeper.
Desire. A savage desire that made him want to pin her against the trunk of that tree, and kiss her until every argument, every distance, every fragment of reason disappeared. He wanted to feel her trembling beneath his hands. Feel her legs wrapped around him.
The thought struck him so violently, he had to clench his teeth.
Holy God!
What was that woman doing to him?
Eirlys still watched him defiantly. Small. Beautiful. Furious. And utterly unaware of the effect she had upon him. Then the memory of his father appeared. Violence. Lack of control. A man incapable of mastering his impulses. The realization crashed over Darach like icy water.
He stepped back abruptly. You are right, he said stiffly.
Eirlys blinked in confusion. He dragged a hand across the back of his neck, breathing deeply. He was not his father.
Never would be.
Eirlys Vaelin did not belong to him.
Nor should she matter so much.
Even if no other woman had ever disarmed him with a single glance. Even if speaking with her felt easier than speaking with anyone in years.
Even if desiring her had become a constant torment. None of that mattered.
Duty mattered more. Always.
After what happened at the bridge, he said in a colder voice, I thought you and your sister would have become more cautious.
The blow struck Eirlys directly. Darach saw it in her eyes.
But he forced himself to ignore it. We should continue. He turned away before regretting it.
Before turning back. Before kissing her again. Eirlys watched him walk away, her chest painfully tight. 1 moment earlier, he had looked ready to devour her with his eyes. The next he withdrew as though she meant nothing.
What had changed? Or perhaps nothing had ever existed between them at all. The doubt hurt more than she expected.
Because despite everything, she still reacted to him like a girl far too young standing before her first love.
And that was absurd.
She was not a child.
She was a grown woman.
A woman who had chosen her path.
Then why did she lose breath every time Darach came near?
Why was a single touch enough to turn her soft and trembling? She cursed silently. She needed to focus upon the mission. Aedan would understand. Aedan was reasonable. Very different from that impossible Highlander who confused duty with building walls around the world. She caught up to him several minutes later.
And then she noticed something. What is wrong with your leg?
Darach tensed faintly.
Nothing.
Before she could insist, he lifted her once more to help her mount. Too quickly. Too roughly. Eirlys narrowed her eyes.
You are favoring your right leg.
He mounted using his left first, movement smooth and controlled.
But she had already seen enough. You are injured.
Darach guided his horse slightly away from hers, as though afraid she might try touching him.
An arrow in the leg, several weeks ago.
Eirlys's heart tightened painfully. She had never imagined him wounded. He always seemed too solid to break.
Was it serious?
For the first time his expression softened slightly.
Only a minor wound. She did not believe him.
Arrow wounds could rot an entire leg if improperly cleaned. She glanced again toward the dark fabric covering his thigh.
Yes.
Definitely blood.
You are still bleeding. No. He lied terribly. Let me see it. It is unnecessary. I have cared for wounded men for months.
Eirlys will examine it again once we return. Eirlys. The way he pronounced that name caused an absurd sting within her.
She must be a very elderly healer, she remarked.
Darach looked genuinely surprised.
Elderly.
Eirlys is younger than you. That hurt far more than it should have. Eirlys straightened immediately.
I was not speaking about myself.
Healers are always old, covered in warts and surrounded by strange herbs. Darach laughed aloud.
And for a moment, Eirlys forgot how to breathe.
Because when he laughed, he became another man entirely. Younger. Freer. Dangerously handsome. Eirlys is one of the most beautiful women I know, he said, still amused.
I shall pass along your opinion concerning her warts.
Eirlys wished the earth would swallow her whole.
She felt ridiculous. And worse still, jealous.
She remained silent for the rest of the journey, trying to untangle the storm of thoughts Darach Arduin awakened within her. Twilight already covered the forest when he halted beside the bank of a broad river. The Arhane River. No bridge appeared in sight. Darach dismounted and helped her down.
We wait here until darkness falls. I thought we were meeting the others.
A faint smile appeared upon Darach's mouth.
They are already here.
He gave a soft whistle. And 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Tall. Silent. Dressed entirely in black. They looked like spirits from some ancient Gaelic wartale. Eirlys instinctively stepped backward. And searched for Darach. He wrapped a firm hand around her waist to steady her. Fear vanished instantly beneath that familiar warmth.
Then she realized something else. The hardness pressing against the small of her back.
A slow smile curved her lips. So he was not indifferent, after all.
No matter how desperately he tried convincing her, or himself. Chapter 16. Tracks in the snow.
Darach had spent years learning to trust his instincts.
That night he realized they could betray him as well.
Instinct had driven him to pull Eirlys toward him the moment he sensed her fear. But the instant he felt the firm warmth of her hips against his body, awakened something far more dangerous. Something wild. Desire roared inside him, like an ancient war spirit rising beneath the earth. He had believed he mastered that part of himself long ago.
He had been mistaken.
He cursed silently. He hardly needed a mace hanging from his belt, when another already stubbornly battered against him beneath his clothing. He prayed Eirlys believed he hid a weapon beneath the folds of his trousers. The coarse wool of the farmer's disguise concealed his body's reactions far worse than reinforced leather armor. He released her waist and stepped away quickly, directing his frustration toward his men.
Remove those damned helmets.
You are frightening her. Aedan obeyed immediately, and stepped into the fading twilight.
Lady Eirlys.
She recovered her composure almost instantly.
And once again Darach noticed something he had previously overlooked, that quiet elegance belonged naturally to her. Not feigned. Not learned.
She moved with the serene grace of an earl's daughter raised among nobles and castles.
How had he failed to see it before? Please call me Eirlys, she said with a gentle smile. Last time we scarcely had the opportunity to introduce ourselves properly.
Aedan smiled faintly. A rare miracle.
The circumstances were not favorable, my lady.
Eirlys rewarded him with a grateful look. Then she cast a quick glance toward Darach, as though wishing to prove others understood why she had needed to lie. That irritated him more than reasonably possible. Brannick and Ravarin introduced themselves as well, and Darach watched with growing irritation as his companions, men capable of splitting a skull open with an axe without blinking, suddenly transformed into courtly heroes from a song. What use were manners in the Highlands? None. And yet he had never felt so rough himself. Ravarin continued staring at Eirlys with open disbelief. Darach felt an absurd urge to strike him. Could he not see the sisters were entirely different? Eirlys appeared amused. Do we truly resemble each other that much? Ravarin smiled.
The resemblance is astonishing.
Darach snorted before he could stop himself.
They are twins. What did you expect?
Ravarin cast him a slow look. Far too slow. Eirlys, meanwhile, lowered her gaze with a shadow of sadness.
The last time I saw Arhane, we did not resemble each other so closely. Now you do, Ravarin assured her. Not exactly, Darach interrupted before thinking.
Eirlys's eyes are greener.
Her hair darkens at nightfall. And it is shorter. Besides, she has a beauty mark here. Distractedly, he touched the edge of his own upper lip.
Arhane's face is rounder and less.
He stopped too late.
4 faces stared at him silently. Brannick looked on the verge of laughter. Ravarin slowly lifted a brow. Even Aedan watched him with suspicious calm. But it was Eirlys's expression that finished destroying him. Utter bewilderment. As though she could not comprehend how a man noticed such intimate details. Darach sincerely wished the earth would open beneath his feet. Ravarin finally smiled.
Well, I see you observe closely.
Darach hardened his jaw.
It is my job.
No one seemed convinced. Fortunately, Eirlys reacted first. Do not repeat that before Arhane, she said gravely.
I doubt she would enjoy learning someone considers her rounder.
Darach frowned.
What is wrong with that?
A resigned groan spread through the group.
Women tend to become sensitive about such things after having a child, Vaelin explained. William is already 6 months old. The 3 men exchanged looks of profound pity.
As though explaining something so simple to Darach was hopeless, Brannock intervened before matters worsened.
You should change clothes.
I wish to leave once darkness falls. The warrior continued watching the trees uneasily. Darach understood he was not the only one sensing it. Something about those woods felt wrong. Something keeping nerves taut as bowstrings.
He turned toward Eirlys. You must change as well. That white veil glows like fire.
Vaelin handed her a small bundle of clothing. Arhane thought you would feel more comfortable in these. And you shall attract less attention until we reach the Highlands.
At once Eirlys's face softened at her sister's name. That is exactly like Arhane.
Vaelin cleared his throat awkwardly.
The clothes belong to my squire.
Eirlys widened her eyes. Exactly as horrified as Darach expected.
It was Draeger's idea, Vaelin added quickly. He said it worked very well with his wife.
Kieran Draegor had smuggled Brielle Dunvar out of England twice disguised as a boy. Eirlys looked toward Darach.
That Draegor is Roswyn's brother. Yes.
Surprise flashed through her eyes, and Darach immediately understood she already knew the serpent.
There are proper clothes as well for when we reach court, Vaelin added.
Arhane said you would hate arriving dressed as a man. Eirlys laughed brightly.
She knows me far too well.
Only Darach seemed to notice that beneath her joy lurked something else. Fear.
Perhaps guilt. Where may I change, she asked.
Aedan pointed toward the river.
There is an old fisherman's hut near the bank. I can accompany you.
Absolutely not. Darach's reaction was so immediate, it almost startled him. He trusted Aedan with his life, without hesitation.
But he had no intention of leaving Eirlys alone with him inside a hut. I will go. The tone allowed no argument. I also need to retrieve my armor.
He had hidden his weapons among the rocks before entering Wintermere. Without waiting for an answer, he started walking.
And only relaxed slightly when he heard Eirlys following him.
He did not slow his pace, though his leg burned with every movement.
The wound had reopened.
He could feel it from the wet heat spreading beneath the fabric. He would see Eirlys once they returned. The last thing he needed was Eirlys discovering the blood. Or worse,
attempting to heal him.
God help them all if she laid hands upon him again. The memory of their conversation about Eirlys drew an involuntary smile from him.
Old and covered in warts.
Eirlys possessed strange ideas about healers.
They stopped before the old hut.
The structure leaned slightly sideways, and part of the roof had collapsed, but it still offered some shelter against the wind.
Would you like a torch?
Eirlys glanced toward the sky.
There is still enough light. She shivered faintly. And it is far too cold to linger.
I believe snow will come soon. Darach studied the grey horizon.
She was probably right.
The coming days would be harsh. Perhaps winter would help cool whatever burned between them. He nodded and began turning away.
Wait. He turned back slowly.
Eirlys looked uncomfortable. A rare thing.
I need help with the laces of my dress.
Darach's entire body tightened. He had imagined undressing her far too many times, for the image not to strike him immediately. Fabric sliding from her shoulders.
The curve of her breasts.
Pale skin beneath his hands. Damnation.
This was torture sent directly by the old gods. I am not your maid, he growled.
She arched a brow with suspicious innocence.
Then I shall ask one of your companions.
Pretending to consider it, she added.
Though now that I think of it, they are all rather attractive.
I wonder which has the most experience undressing ladies. Darach's jaw hardened. Not Kyawen.
Not Ravarin. Not any of them.
If anyone touched her, it would be him. Only him.
I shall do it.
Slowly Eirlys lifted her gaze toward him.
Are you certain you can manage? He narrowed his eyes. She knew perfectly well she was provoking him. If you remember correctly, he murmured while stepping closer, I already told you I possess experience.
She pressed her lips together slightly.
Yes.
I remember. She entered the hut first. Darach followed. Inside smelled of damp wood, river water and age. Only a crooked table remained beside the wall. He swept it clean with his forearm so she could place the clothes upon it.
The silence instantly became intimate.
Far too intimate. He could hear Eirlys breathing.
What must I do? He asked roughly.
She began removing the pins from her veil.
I thought you already knew.
The provocation floated softly between them. Darach answered only with a dark look. One by one, Eirlys removed the layers of cloth covering her hair.
And when it finally fell free, she shook her head with relief.
The cascade of golden curls spilled down her back like light pouring into darkness.
God bless, what relief.
Darach slowly released his breath. He wanted to bury his hands in that hair. Wanted to brush it with his mouth. Wanted to forget who he was. Eirlys turned slightly.
Is something wrong? Yes.
Everything.
You cannot leave your hair loose. She blinked. Why? It will shine beneath the moon. He did not tell her the full truth.
Did not tell her she resembled a queen from ancient Celtic legends. Did not tell her no man alive could look away from her. Eirlys smiled faintly.
There is a cap among the clothes. I shall cover it. Then she let the black cloak fall to the floor.
Darach remained motionless.
This resembled too closely the dreams he had spent weeks trying to forget.
Every movement she made was temptation. She removed the scapular. Then the belt.
And finally turned her back toward him. If you loosen the upper laces, I can manage the rest myself.
Darach's heart pounded hard. He was not certain he would stop at the laces.
He clenched his fists.
Duty. Discipline. Loyalty. He repeated the words like a prayer.
Slowly he stepped closer.
Eirlys's hair concealed part of the ties.
Your hair. Oh.
She swept it forward over one shoulder, exposing the nape of her neck. White skin. Soft. Far too near. Darach closed his eyes briefly. He would only need to lean slightly forward to kiss her there. Concentrate. He pulled the first lace with clumsy fingers. He had undone dresses before. Never had it been this difficult. Slowly he moved downward through the row of laces, while fighting the images flooding his mind.
The curve of her bare back. Her breasts.
The exact memory of her hips beneath his hands. The moment he finished, he stepped back abruptly. His voice came out rough.
Done.
Eirlys smiled softly.
Thank you. My sisters could not have done it better.
Being compared to a nun was not precisely comforting.
Practice helps.
She watched him for several seconds.
And realized he was still fighting himself.
The air between them vibrated like the moments before a storm. Eirlys had never tried seducing a man before.
But with Darach, things were different. After so many years hiding beneath habits and false names, she needed to remember she was still a woman.
And he made her feel alive in a dangerous way.
She stepped toward him. Why do you behave like this?
Darach avoided her eyes.
Like what? As though nothing happened between us. Tension hardened his face.
Perhaps because for days I believed myself damned to hell for kissing a religious woman. Guilt pierced Eirlys.
I am sorry I lied to you. She lowered her gaze. I was afraid.
Of me.
She hesitated briefly.
Of myself. He immediately understood what she left unspoken.
That she had feared surrendering herself to him. The thought burned through his chest. I would never have allowed things to go so far.
Eirlys tilted her head slightly.
That skeptical expression disarmed him more than any caress. Are you certain?
Darach fell silent. Because he was not. Eirlys took another step and placed her hand against his chest. She felt his heart hammering beneath her palm. Hard. Wild.
He desired her. She knew it. And yet something still held him back. Can you not forgive me?
Darach closed his eyes briefly. Then gently caught her wrist and moved her hand away.
There is nothing to forgive.
His voice came out harsh. Too harsh.
Your deception prevented a mistake.
Eirlys went still.
He held her gaze. That is what we would have been.
A mistake.
It would be best to forget that kiss.
Every word tasted like iron.
But he needed to say them.
Needed to believe them. He looked directly into her eyes.
I already have.
Pain appeared instantly upon Eirlys's face.
And before he could regret it, Darach left the hut and stepped into the freezing night.
Because remaining 1 minute longer would have meant kissing her again. And this time he might not have been able to stop.
Chapter 17.
The Game of Masks. By the time she finished changing into the squire's clothes, Eirlys was so irritated she barely felt the cold.
A mistake.
She stepped out of the hut, slamming the door harder than necessary.
Of course.
Exactly like Darach, to decide for both of them. Night had already fallen over the forest, but the moon provided enough light to carve silver paths through the low mist curling between the trees. Eirlys strode quickly toward the clearing where the men waited.
Ah, so he had forgotten.
Perfect.
Then she intended to remind him.
They still had 2 or 3 days of travel before reaching the Highlands, and she fully intended to use every moment to tear down the absurd wall Darach insisted on building between them.
She still had no idea how. But she would find a way.
When she reached the clearing, the workhorses were gone. In their place waited 4 massive warhorses, restless beneath the white breath of winter. The men were dressed alike now, dark leather shadowed plaids and helmets that made them resemble spectres from an old Gaelic battle song. Aedan's ghost. Eirlys recognized Darach immediately. He had changed back into his black leather tunic of hardened hide, along with the nasal helm that made him appear even sterner. Tall. Silent. Dangerously handsome beneath that cold light.
None of them spoke when she appeared. They only stared.
Motionless. Eirlys lifted a hand to the cap, making certain no golden strand escaped the braids hidden beneath it.
But she immediately understood that her hair was not what they were looking at. She lowered her gaze. Ah. The clothes.
The dark hose fit far more closely than anything she normally wore. And the leather doublet shaped her figure with impossible precision. Well, it was hardly her fault Ravaged's squire possessed a body shaped like hers. When she looked up again, everyone except Darach suddenly seemed fascinated by reins and buckles. That amused her far more than it should have. She found her bag beside a tree, and bent to store away the dress Arhane had sent.
Then she heard a strange sound. Something like a muffled growl.
When she turned, she discovered Darach tightening his saddle straps with far too much concentration. Eirlys smiled to herself.
The hose was surprisingly comfortable. It felt pleasant to walk without skirts tangling around her legs.
though naturally they provided much less warmth. She pulled the hooded cloak over the doublet, and studied the men again. All of them wore the same dark plaid Darach had lent her the first time they met. At night it appeared entirely black, but beneath daylight it revealed muted shades of blue and grey, like deep water beneath a storm.
It did not resemble ordinary cloth. It resembled an oath.
Or the mark of a brotherhood. She lifted her bag and walked toward the horse she assumed belonged to her. Darach watched her carry the weight,
and did not move a finger to help.
Very well. If he wished to pretend indifference, she knew how to play the same game. A mischievous, long-forgotten part of herself slowly awakened. Darach possessed an unbearable talent for bringing out both the worst and the most alive parts of her. Eirlys turned toward Aedan, who waited beside his mount.
Darach, would you be so kind as to help me up?
From the corner of her eye she saw Arduin tense instantly. Aedan released a brief laugh.
Or something close to one.
In a man so grim it was difficult to tell.
Gladly, Lady Eirlys, he answered, though I fear I am not Arduin.
She feigned surprise.
Oh.
Forgive me. With those dark plaids and helmets you all look the same. Like the ghosts of Aedan they whisper about along the borders. The joke landed within an oddly heavy silence. Far too heavy. For one moment, Eirlys had the strange feeling she had brushed against something important without realizing it.
But then she sensed Darach approaching, and deliberately ignored him.
She extended her hand toward Aedan. The warrior caught her by the waist, and lifted her easily into the saddle.
He was strong.
Very strong.
But nothing happened.
No shiver. No warmth racing through her skin. No ridiculous loss of breath.
How disappointing.
Still feeling Darach's gaze fixed upon her, Eirlys widened her eyes with exaggerated innocence.
She had not flirted with anyone in years.
And yet it returned with unsettling ease. She had always been warmer and bolder than her sisters.
But never had she consciously played with a man.
Until now.
She looked up at Aedan.
His blue eyes gleamed beneath the helmet with calm, dangerous intelligence.
Good heavens, she murmured.
Then paused deliberately.
Thank you, Drustan.
I am certain the ladies at court compete for your assistance. Not all men are equally attentive. She cast a brief glance toward Darach.
Some are unbearably surly.
Darach's fists clenched so tightly the leather creaked. Far too much anger for a man claiming he had forgotten. To Eirlys's surprise, Aedan decided to continue the game.
Not every lady is as charming as you, my lady.
The words sounded slightly forced, as though he too lacked experience with such gallantry.
But the crooked smile afterward softened the moment.
Darach stepped forward before Eirlys could answer. If the lady is finally comfortable, perhaps we can leave.
We have wasted enough time. The tension in his voice was nearly tangible.
Aedan did not even blink.
Lady Eirlys. She smiled with complete satisfaction. For now I am perfectly comfortable.
But if later I require carrying in your arms, I shall let you know. Deliberately she allowed her gaze to drift down the warrior's broad torso.
You seem very capable of bearing weight.
Aedan let out a short laugh. Then Eirlys leaned toward him, and whispered loudly enough for Darach to hear.
Is he always in such terrible humor?
Aedan glanced toward Arduin. Darach watched them with such a dark expression he resembled a storm trapped beneath human skin.
I fear so, my lady.
Eirlys settled back in the saddle, hiding a smile.
Yes.
This journey was definitely going to become far more interesting than expected.
Chapter 18.
Danger within the mist. The mission above all else. Darach clung to that thought while they rode through the dark valleys of Darach Vale. Because if he stopped, he would think about Eirlys.
And that was even more dangerous than the English.
The borders crawled with spies, patrols, and betrayals. Danger breathed from every hill, every isolated farm, every distant ribbon of smoke rising through mist. They would not truly be safe until they reached the hidden Vaelin in Eildor.
Until then, he needed to focus.
On the road. On tracks. On war. Not on a woman in tight hose with a provocative smile. They traveled by night, lit only by a small torch that seemed to struggle against the darkness. The open landscape of the valley offered few shelters. Too much exposed ground.
Too many possible eyes.
Darach would have preferred crossing along the northern bank of the river Arhane, but the bridges were watched. He intended to wait until farther west, where the river could be forded through stones and shallow currents.
Besides, he never returned by the same route.
A good tracker did not merely know how to follow tracks.
He knew how to vanish. They said he crossed borders like a spirit born from Highland mist. That he appeared behind enemy lines without anyone knowing how he arrived.
He stole messages, dismantled ambushes, and killed silently, as though darkness itself fought beside him. He never left tracks. No one could follow his trail. And when soldiers believed they had him cornered, the red fox had already disappeared once more among rain, hills, and fog.
That was why Aedan had chosen him.
Men called him the Red Fox because he found trails where others saw only mud, snow, or flattened grass. And because he transformed the White Raven Guard into smoke and shadow, feeding the stories surrounding Aedan's ghosts.
It still irritated him to remember Eirlys's joke earlier.
She had come far too close to the truth. Fortunately to her, it remained only legend. Darach possessed no humor for jokes. The others apparently did. Every time the group stopped or he returned after erasing tracks, he found Eirlys laughing with one of his companions. Especially Aedan. That angered him far more than it should have. The silent one scarcely spoke under ordinary circumstances. And yet beside her he smiled. Joked.
Even appeared to enjoy conversation.
Darach had fought beside him for years, and never once seen him behave that way.
And the worst part was understanding perfectly why.
With Eirlys, it became easy to forget the weight of war.
The squire's clothes did not help either.
Damn Dragor for failing to warn him.
The hose embraced Eirlys's curves with far too much precision.
Her legs appeared longer. More slender. Every movement distracted the men, even when they pretended otherwise. Brannock and Ravaran looked away awkwardly. Aedan did not do so quickly enough. That alone further irritated him. Shortly after midnight, they stopped beside the river. Darach had doubled back to erase tracks and leave false trails to confuse possible pursuers. As he returned toward camp, he heard feminine laughter drifting through the mist. The sound tightened every muscle in his body. Holy God!
That laugh moved through him like fire through dry peat. He spotted her immediately.
Eirlys sat upon a rock beside the black water. Aedan stood nearby, offering her a strip of dried meat.
"Thank you," she said. "I had not realized how hungry I was."
Aedan answered something softly before asking,
"Are you warm enough?"
Eirlys wrapped the dark plaid more tightly around herself and sighed softly.
"Perfectly.
You were very thoughtful to lend it to me." Thoughtful. Aedan. Darach had never associated those two words together.
And worse still, he himself had nearly offered her his own plaid before the other man moved first. She should be wearing mine, damn it.
Eirlys looked up when she sensed him approaching. She acknowledged him with the slightest gesture, before immediately turning back toward Aedan. That irritated him absurdly. Aedan knew perfectly well Darach had been standing there several seconds. Only then did he turn his head.
"Is something wrong?" "Yes.
They can probably hear your laughter all the way in London."
The harshness emerged worse than intended. If you do not wish the English finding us before dawn, keep quieter.
The silence afterward felt thick. Brannock and Ravaran exchanged resigned looks. And Eirlys muttered something beneath her breath.
What did you say?
She lifted her eyes, clearly amused.
Nothing.
Aedan attempted to ease the tension.
Did you see anything suspicious?
Darach continued staring at Eirlys until she finally stopped smiling.
Nothing yet. But Eirlys watched him too carefully. You are extraordinarily cautious, she observed.
Do you truly believe someone follows us, or are you always like this?
The borders crawl with English soldiers, my lady.
During war there is no such thing as too much caution. He fixed her with a steady gaze.
Which is precisely why you should not be here.
Eirlys's expression hardened immediately. And Darach regretted the words the instant they left him. She turned toward Aedan with icy politeness.
Thank you again for the plaid. I shall wait beside the horses. The two men watched her disappear through the mist.
Aedan released a low whistle.
That was unnecessarily harsh.
Darach clenched his jaw.
It was the truth.
Do you believe she does not understand danger? I believe she does not understand how far Edward would go if they discovered who she truly is. The memory of Myrwen passed between them like a shadow. No explanation was needed.
I do not understand why you defend her so fiercely, Darach growled. Would you allow your wife to do such a thing?
Aedan's face darkened instantly. For one moment, he resembled another man entirely. Colder. More dangerous.
Perhaps it would be an excellent way to rid myself of her.
Darach studied him silently. They never spoke about Aedan's wife. Never. Then the warrior examined him with uncomfortable attentiveness.
Though I find your comparison interesting.
Darach frowned.
I merely reminded you that you have a wife.
Aedan shrugged faintly.
I like Eirlys.
He glanced toward where she waited beside the horses.
She is easy to speak with. Yes.
Far too easy.
She is not for you. The answer escaped before he could stop it.
Slowly, Aedan lifted a brow.
I did not realize she belonged to you.
Darach stepped forward. 5 years fighting together. Shared blood. Impossible battles.
And still he had never come so close to striking him. I did not say that.
His voice came out far too tense.
You know perfectly well she is promised to another.
Aedan understood far more than Darach wished to reveal.
He stepped back slightly. Perhaps. But she does not know.
Then calmly added.
She is doing all this for you.
Darach stared at him blankly.
What? She wishes to make you jealous.
Silence fell between them. And Darach hated admitting it, but Aedan was right. Eirlys had found exactly where to wound him.
And you decided to help her.
A shadow of amusement crossed the warrior's face.
I already told you I like her.
Besides,
I wish to see whether it worked.
His gaze drifted downward toward Darach's clenched fists.
I would say it did.
Darach exhaled slowly. Damn that woman.
What are you going to do?
Aedan asked.
The answer was simple.
Painfully simple.
My duty.
Aedan remained silent for a moment before saying,
Perhaps you should tell her the truth and allow her to choose.
Darach slowly shook his head.
Women like Eirlys do not choose.
Nor did he. Aedan let out a bitter laugh.
I did choose.
That genuinely surprised Darach. He had always assumed his companion's marriage had been a clan obligation.
You chose.
Aedan's face hardened with sudden violence.
And I was wrong.
Silence once again filled with the murmur of the river and the winter wind.
At last a warrior sighed. Perhaps you are right.
Bring her before Aedan and leave without looking back. His dark eyes met Darach's.
You will spare yourself much pain.
Arduin walked away toward the horses, leaving Darach motionless beside the black water. He looked toward Eirlys in the distance. Wrapped in the dark plaid, golden hair hidden beneath the cap, a small silhouette carved against the mist. And with terrible clarity, he realized it was already far too late to leave without looking back.
Chapter 19.
The Invisible Roads. Why did she keep trying so hard for a man who treated her like a child incapable of understanding the world? Eirlys no longer knew. Darach had made his opinion perfectly clear. Women belonged far from danger, protected behind walls and obeying orders chosen by others. Well, she refused to accept that.
What she did mattered.
For the first time in years, she felt her life carried real purpose. She served Scotland, helped King Aedan, and above all managed for brief moments to silence the ghosts of her past. The more useful she became, the less she thought about the reckless girl who dragged her family into disaster.
She did it for Arhane,
for her mother,
and for Fenric.
The guilt surrounding the boy's death still clung to her like a shadow fused to her soul. She would never completely forgive herself, but at least she could give meaning to that pain.
And now Darach intended to take it away from her.
She would never ask him to stop fighting.
He was a warrior,
born for it, just as certain men were born with the sea in their blood or the gift of hearing the ancient gods whisper upon Highland winds.
Then why could he not understand her? Of course he could not.
For men like Darach, women were meant to be beautiful, prudent and silent. Obedient wives. Patient mothers. Not women crossing borders in disguise with secrets hidden beneath their clothes. Eirlys had seen too clearly what happened when a woman surrendered her life to a stubborn, protective man who confused love with control. She refused to become another Roswin, nor live like her mother. She preferred danger over a gilded cage. And yet, when Darach left the cave after their meager supper of oats, ale and dried meat, disappointment tightened painfully inside her. The small cavern barely offered space for 5 people. They slept close together because they could not light a fire, and the cold descended from the mountains like a hungry spirit. Brannick approached and dropped beside her.
You should try to rest, he said quietly. Tomorrow night will be worse. The terrain changes once we enter the hills.
Eirlys glanced toward the cave entrance.
Where is Darach? At the lake.
His leg reopened again and he is covered in dried blood. Immediately she sat upright.
The wound worsened.
Brannick released a short laugh. Eirlys promised to remove my head if I did not force Arduin to clean it. Eirlys,
the young and beautiful healer.
The same woman who had stirred ridiculous jealousy within Eirlys.
Is Eirlys your wife?
Brannick nodded proudly.
The finest healer in Scotland. That surprised her more than expected. A man proud of his wife's work.
So husbands capable of admiring a woman for more than beauty or children truly existed. How curious. How unfair that Darach did not think the same way.
Perhaps I should help him, she murmured. I have treated wounds before.
Brannick studied her for several seconds, as though deciding something. Then he handed her a small jar of ointment and a clean cloth.
Then bring him these.
Eirlys descended toward the shore. Dawn had not yet arrived, but the sky had begun turning violet beneath the low clouds. The air smelled of approaching snow, and the lake resembled a dark sheet of sleeping glass.
Her hands were frozen even beneath the plaid. And then she saw him.
Darach emerged from the water. Eirlys stopped dead. Sweet heavens!
She should have turned away. She did not.
Water slid slowly across his skin while he moved toward shore like some ancient god born from northern lakes. Tall. Strong. Far too beautiful. She had seen shirtless men before. Warriors, knights, young squires proud of their muscles.
But never anything like this.
Darach's body looked carved from bronze and stone. The grey dawn light traced every line of his shoulders, the broad chest dusted with dark hair that disappeared down his stomach beneath soaked braize. Eirlys looked away quickly when she realized exactly where she had been staring. Holy heaven! Heat rushed into her cheeks. She barely had a minute to admire him before he sensed her presence. Then Darach seized a dry cloth and rubbed his torso roughly.
"What are you doing here?" he growled.
When Eirlys looked again, he had already pulled on a shirt and hose.
What an absurd disappointment. "Brannick sent me," she answered, attempting calmness. "I brought ointment for your leg." He extended his hand. "Give it here.
I shall manage myself." Eirlys pressed her lips together.
"I know how to treat wounds, no matter how determined you are to believe I understand nothing about the world."
Darach frowned.
"I never said that. Not with those exact words." She held his gaze. "But you constantly treat me like a reckless child."
Suddenly exhaustion weighed heavily upon her.
Too many arguments.
Too many walls.
"Will you allow me to help or not?"
Darach hesitated.
And to Eirlys's surprise, he blushed faintly. "It would not be appropriate." Her eyes widened. "Are you shy?" "No." The answer came too quickly. "I was thinking about you."
Eirlys had to fight laughter.
"I have spent months tending elderly men and the sick. I shall survive the sight of a leg."
She was not nearly so certain about surviving the rest. Because when Darach lowered his hose slightly to expose the side of his thigh, Eirlys stopped breathing. The nearness of his skin, the warmth of his body, the clean scent of cold water mixed with leather and forest, everything felt dangerously unsettling.
But then she saw the wound. And all distraction vanished.
Dear God!
The flesh was inflamed and bruised.
The scar had reopened several times and still bled. Eirlys looked up indignantly.
"How could you leave it like this? It did not seem that serious."
She released an exasperated sigh and carefully applied the ointment,
trying to ignore the trembling of her fingers. "Who removed the arrow?" "I did." "Of course." "Naturally. You made a disaster of it." He offered a faint smile. "I could not wait. We were fighting. You might have bled to death. But I did not."
Eirlys shook her head while wrapping the bandage. "Men. All alike."
"Let me guess," she murmured. "You were too important to rest."
Darach's smile softened slightly.
"And that proved worse than any caress." "Something like that."
Eirlys finished securing the bandage and moved her hand toward the inside of his thigh to fasten it.
Then he caught her wrist. The contact was immediate.
Brutal. The gazes locked.
And the world seemed to stop moving.
Eirlys heard her own heartbeat inside her throat. Inside her ears. Inside her skin. Darach did not move either. His fingers still encircled her wrist slowly, as though he had forgotten to let go. One instant later, Eirlys was already leaning toward him.
She did not think.
Did not hesitate.
She simply kissed him.
And it was even sweeter than the first time. The warmth of Darach's mouth, the firm brush of his lips, the lingering taste of cold lake water still upon his skin. Everything engulfed her like a wave. Without realizing it, she parted her lips and felt him answer, felt Darach's entire body tighten while his arms nearly wrapped around her. For one instant, Eirlys believed she would lose herself there forever. As though she had crossed an invisible doorway into another world. A warm world. A perfect world.
Then he shoved her away abruptly.
Eirlys stared at him, still dazed. Meanwhile, Darach struggled desperately to regain control. He had desired her since the first kiss.
But this was worse.
Because kissing her like that made everything else stop mattering. The war. Duty.
The Stratherns.
Even the silent vow never to resemble his father. He wanted to take her into his arms, and forget the rest of the world.
And precisely for that reason, he had to stop.
He pulled away and finished adjusting the bandage with tense movements. He needed distance.
Needed to remember who he was.
When he finally looked up, he found something in Eirlys's eyes that tore painfully through his chest. Pain.
"What is wrong?" she whispered. "Did I do something wrong?"
Darach gathered every ounce of strength to answer.
"You should not have kissed me."
She blinked in surprise.
"Last time you did not seem nearly so displeased."
Challenge lingered within her voice. And hope.
That was the worst part.
Darach hardened his expression.
"I already told you. This changes nothing. Because I am a Vaelin.
Because my duty is to bring you before the king.
Nothing more."
The words struck Eirlys like a clean wound.
"Then, being here means nothing to you."
Darach avoided holding her gaze too long.
"I am a warrior.
I go where I am ordered and do what must be done." His voice became colder. More distant.
Do not imagine anything else."
Slowly Eirlys widened her eyes.
As though she had just been slapped. But naturally, she did not retreat.
She was Eirlys Vaelin. Brave beyond reason. Stubborn as the sea against cliffs.
"I do not believe you."
Darach clenched his fists.
Holy God, she made nothing easy.
He stepped back and dragged a hand through his damp hair.
"What do you expect from me, Eirlys?" She parted her lips. And realized she did not know how to answer.
Because she did not want merely a kiss. Nor only desire. She wanted something neither of them could name. Darach understood the silence.
And that hurt him even more.
He watched her for several seconds. Then spoke with a sadness she had not expected.
"That is what I thought."
He turned away and disappeared into the dawn mist before she could stop him. Eirlys remained motionless beside the dark lake, heart beating far too quickly and his taste still lingering upon her lips. And with terrible clarity she realized the most difficult man to face was not an Englishman.
It was Darach Arduin. Chapter 20. The Chosen Path. It did not happen often that Eirlys found herself without answers.
And yet Darach's question continued circling inside her, like a crow above a battlefield before the storm.
What did she truly expect from him? She did not know.
Marriage had never belonged among her dreams. Even if Aedan allowed her to marry a simple warrior, something unlikely, she was not certain she wanted it. Or was she? She barely managed a few hours of sleep at the back of the cave. For a long time she lay staring at the stone ceiling while listening to the wind brushing the mountains. All her life she had believed her path already decided. After losing her betrotheds, part of her family, and after what happened to Arhane and Fenric, she had sworn never again to depend upon a man. She would take vows. Serve the king as long as she could. And live freely. That was preferable to feeling trapped. Protected until suffocation. Treated like a creature incapable of deciding for herself. But then Darach Arduin appeared. And she began wondering whether another life might exist. A nun should not spend entire nights remembering kisses. Nor imagining a man's hands upon her body. That was the true problem. It was not marriage she desired. It was the other thing. Closeness. The slow burning fire awakening inside her every time Darach looked at her, as though battling himself. If Darach Arduin kissed her, the world seemed to open.
And that was dangerously tempting. She felt a hand gently shaking her shoulder. Nightfall will come soon, my lady.
Eirlys opened her eyes and found Ravaged leaning above her. Even half asleep, she understood why so many women sighed over him.
He was a beautiful man.
Though she sincerely hoped he proved a better husband than the Earl of Arundel. Arhane deserved peace at last. Eirlys, he corrected immediately with a small smile.
We must leave. She suppressed a groan.
Her entire body ached. They had barely rested a few hours, and already needed to ride again through snow and mountains.
Even so, she rose without complaint.
Sleeping in a boy's clothing still felt strangely comfortable. Far more practical than layers of skirts tangling around her legs. Perhaps someday women might dress this way without causing scandal.
Yes, certainly. And perhaps chickens would learn to fly across the sea as well. She glanced around the cave. Where is Darach?
Ravaged was already gathering blankets. Keeping watch. Aedan and he stood guard during the day. Heat rose into Eirlys's cheeks.
I was not asking because I was worried. At that exact moment, a voice sounded outside the cave.
Tense. Urgent. Darach. Ravaged lifted his head immediately, and hurried toward the entrance beside Brannock.
Prepare yourselves, he said before leaving. Something is wrong.
Eirlys quickly gathered her things. She hid the braids once more beneath the cap, and washed her face with cold water from the flask. When she stepped outside, the first snowflakes had begun falling across the hills. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. And Darach looked at her. Only for an instant.
But Eirlys immediately knew something was wrong. What is happening?
Silently, she thanked him for not attempting to soften the truth.
We are being followed.
A shiver passed down her spine.
Not fear.
Understanding. Because she knew too well what happened when the English captured someone useful to Aedan.
Are they close?
Darach nodded.
A few miles eastward. I saw them from a hill. There are many. How many? Perhaps 40.
Eirlys paled slightly.
Nothing more.
And once again Darach felt that uncomfortable mixture of admiration and concern. Any other noblewoman would have panicked.
She did not. How did they follow us? They found our tracks.
Darach cast a grim look toward the snow beginning to blanket the ground.
That made everything worse.
Snow was beautiful in the Highlands. Bards spoke of it as a sacred veil spread by the Cailleach across sleeping mountains. For a tracker, however, it was a curse. Every footprint would stand out like dark ink upon white parchment.
Night will slow them, he said.
Eirlys immediately understood the rest.
But by dawn they will follow the trail.
Darach nodded. She inhaled deeply before asking.
What shall we do?
This time Brannock answered.
We go deeper into the mountains and attempt to lose them.
Aedan wanted an ambush. Eirlys sensed it in the silent tension between the men.
But Darach and Ravaged would not fight with her present. Even if they never admitted it.
Even if Darach insisted on treating her with that icy distance. He was still protecting her.
And if they catch us, she asked.
Brannock smiled faintly.
Then we fight.
Ravaged inclined his head toward her.
Do not fear, Eirlys. We shall return you safely to your sister.
She answered with a small smile.
But her eyes searched for Darach.
Because she knew something the others still did not understand. He would complete the mission even if he had to walk through hell itself. Only duty.
Nothing more. That certainty hurt more than it should have.
For one moment they stared at each other through snow and darkness. Then Darach looked away.
Leave nothing behind, he ordered.
They departed shortly afterward. The storm began swallowing the hills, while they climbed toward the Highlands of Eirlys. They carried no torches, any light would transform them into visible prey upon the mountain. They no longer bothered erasing tracks. The snow fell too slowly to hide them, yet fast enough to make the road treacherous.
The horses snorted beneath the freezing wind.
They were not the agile Irish hobbies normally used by the guard, but heavier animals suited for roads and burdens. In those dark mountains they struggled badly. And Eirlys was beginning to exhaust herself.
She had slept little.
Spent 2 nights riding with almost no rest, and the cold stiffened every muscle in her body. Even so, she did not complain.
She never did.
Darach watched her constantly from several yards behind. He saw how her body slowly began surrendering to exhaustion. How she leaned slightly over the saddle. How her hands lost firmness upon the reins. Then it happened.
The horse stepped badly between stones hidden beneath snow, and Eirlys slid sideways with a muffled cry.
Darach reacted before thinking. He spurred his mount forward and caught her just before she fell. The movement sent fierce pain through his wounded leg, but he scarcely noticed.
He saw only Eirlys.
She managed to steady herself while he held the reins of both horses.
"Are you hurt?"
The concern in his voice emerged naked. Without walls. Without distance. Slowly Eirlys lifted her face beneath the hood.
"Yes.
I think so."
She trembled slightly. "I am sorry. I shall be more careful. It is not your fault."
Darach's voice softened involuntarily. Anyone would be exhausted after this journey. Brannock and Ravaged had already halted their horses several yards ahead.
"We are demanding too much of you," Brannock said. "No," Eirlys protested immediately. "I can continue." But Darach and Brannock exchanged a silent glance.
Both knew the truth. Many miles still remained before Eirlys. And the English still followed. Darach looked toward the white darkness of the mountains. He could not see them.
But he felt them. That same sensation had haunted him years earlier when they fled beside Aedan through the Highlands, hiding among islands and glens, while England hunted their king like an animal.
Darach had always been the red fox. Never the prey. And he hated the feeling.
He looked at Eirlys.
Exhausted. Frozen. Far too vulnerable atop that horse.
Then he made a decision. "We must separate."